Hello. Hang on. There we go. That's better. Hello. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. How are we doing, people? It's Wednesday already. Can you believe it? Can you Adam and Eve it? Can you hear me okay? Can you see me okay? Sorry, a little bit last minute rushed here. Had a bit of a late tea and had to quickly get things set up. But we're live. That's the main thing. We are live. AV is good. Awesome. MJ Deadman, 14 months. Thank you so much, MJ Deadman. 14 months of hype. Josh Rubino, half a year. Thank you, Josh. AV is perfect, Tanjinska. That's what we want to hear. Everything looks good. Just in time, Butler. Just in time. Yay, Thomas Cook. Lol. Thomas Cook skin. Short hauling it around Europe. Probably not really the thing the 330 does. But it doesn't matter. I'm still learning this thing. It is a good aircraft, but it does have some funny navigation issues, which we'll have to circumvent. Somi16, half a year. Thank you, Somi. You flew with Thomas Cook Airlines to Thailand. We're not flying to Thailand today. That's a bit far. But yes, I did have a look at some of the real flight routes for the A330, and it doesn't do much short haul stuff. The nearest it does around Europe tends to be places like Istanbul. Doesn't really kind of do the kind of thing we're going to do tonight, but we're not going for real world. We're going for what's fun and interesting, as it were. Thomas Cook, what was that, MJ? Not your most favourite airline. Not your It's a nice skin, though. I like it. It's a really good skin. I don't know what's going on back here. I have no idea. That's just like the world's worst smokestack animation, I think. You should fly the 787 Dreamliner. I don't have the 787. I don't even know if you can get a good one in X-Plane. A lot of the stuff is down to what aircraft you can get that's actually good and well implemented. You have to move from there. You can't just say, oh, here's my favourite aircraft, let's fly that. It doesn't work that way. Why does I misread that name every time, Hoiberg? I don't know. Emirates is the best. Actually, Ian, if you look at Etihad, the spec of the internal Etihad is better than Emirates. Not even kidding. Have a look on Google. We did that a few weeks ago. That was a few months ago, probably. We actually had a look on Google at the inside photographs of the Etihad and the Emirates, and the Etihad actually takes it up a bit more. You can book like an entire private function room on board the A380, and it is just A1. It's like it costs you 30 grand for your party, so you have to split it between your party. But yeah, it's like a flying hotel. You don't care, Emirates is better, Ian. Wow, that sounds like the attitude of a person who's already made up his mind about something without even looking at the facts. It's like, I don't care what you say, this is better. So there. Okay, Ian, whatever you say. Hey, Hoggy, how you doing? First time you managed to catch your stream early in the evening. Wow. I've not seen you around for a bit, Hoggy, actually. Hope you're well. NVIDIA Drivers Truckers Gaming. Yeah, so you know how at the end of the last X-Plane stream, we was coming into, I think it was coming into Palma, if I remember, Palma de Mallorca, and my NVIDIA drivers crashed. If you remember, it started off with my other screen went black, and then this went black, and then it went boom, NVIDIA's gone, X-Plane crashed out. I flew again a few days later on X-Plane, just testing some stuff out, and the same thing happened. And what I've done is I rolled back to the previous version of NVIDIA drivers, and they work fine. So the latest version of NVIDIA, I've definitely got issues with, and a number of people have said the same thing. So I've rolled back one version, and it seems to be fine now. Work stressful, but not too terrible at the minute, thanks. How about your fine self, Hoggy? Yeah, doing okay, Hoggy. Just been backing off on the throttle a little bit for the last week or so, to be honest with you, Hoggy. Getting a bit more rest. Enjoying myself. Spending time with the family and stuff, getting some sleep. Josh Gibbs, how you doing, sir? Welcome back to X-Plane. Did you have the Blue Star sound pack? I do indeed, Josh. This thing sounds awesome. Honestly, I've installed the Rolls-Royce Trent engine, and it just sounds Oh, 10 out of 10. There's a Pratt & Whitney you can get, but it sounds like the, you know, the hairdryer with a nail stuck in it. But the Trent just sounds beautiful. Sounds A1. Chris 94, how you doing? Good evening, Paul and chat. How are you? I won't be in now since I am working on taking backup on my computer and reinstalling to Windows 10 on my SSD. Something's not working. Have a great evening. Chris, good luck with that. Reinstall hype, sir. Steaming is a cruel mistress. Very difficult to keep it all the time. Appreciate that. Yeah, Hoggy. I kept the stream schedule going, but backed off on the videos a bit. Just to sort of get a bit of rest. I just felt run down. Plus, you know, if you get to a state where you're not enjoying it anymore because you're so tired with it, you need to back off and sort your head out and then come back at it. And I found that works a lot better. I even said as much in my last video. I was like, I put out one video in 1 week, which is pretty bad from a YouTube standpoint, but sometimes you just need to back off and take a break. You pressed your anniversary, Steve, and nothing happened. No! How's the pig getting on with the dog, Brownie? Dude, did you not see the pig? Did you not see the pig 2 hours after I gave Dor the pig? You never saw that? Oh, man. The pig was almost in two pieces. It was ridiculous. Yeah, Scott, I really like that Thomas Cook skin. It's beautiful. See you later, Aaron Evans. Dr. Dre, 14 months. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Monolith Cheeseman. It's a good name, by the way. Right, I've got a flight plan. If the mods want to run the route command, just one of them, please. Coordinate. There's a route command the mods can run. I may make the route command sub-only in a bit. It'll tell you the route we're taking today. We're currently at Manchester Airport, which is Echo Golf Charlie Charlie, if you want to have a little look around. It's a commercial scenery pack. It looks pretty cool, I have to admit. Flown out of Manchester in real life a couple of times, many years ago. On the way to Mallorca, funnily enough, I flew out of Manchester. But honestly, it's so many years since I've been here, I couldn't actually tell you if this is what it looks like anymore. You've been watching for years and finally got an account, CTU. Welcome, welcome, sir. You've subbed. Not on Twitch, sir. You might have subbed on YouTube, though. Yeah, Schiphol, it's beautiful taxiways. We love Schiphol taxiways so much. However, I happen to have commercial grade scenery for Schiphol as well, and it's around about an hour and a bit to get there from here, which seems about right for a nice little short hop. It does look good though, doesn't it? Nice little short hop in the Thomas Cook. Hey, look at his Thomas Cook skin. Mine's better than yours, pal. Mine is better than yours. Really good, that one. Download that from the forums. Live weather in use. Yes, Hoggy. I have got live weather in use. However, I've wound the clock back to kind of midday. So I think I don't know how it works, but I think you get live weather for now. But obviously the clock is wound back to about 12:30 this afternoon. So just to make sure we can do 3 hops and it not be in pitch blackness, because we like to look at scenery. It's raining in Amsterdam, Hoggy. Yeah, well, you got to deal with it, I'm afraid. It's terrible weather here, Leaky. Well, we'll find out what it's like when we get there. It's sunny in Manchester. Well, it might have been. Well, as it seems it is at the moment. It seems to be about right. If we actually query the METAR for that and have a look, or the METAR, I don't know why I say METAR. EGCC, oops. Can't type. 1008. Yeah, it's quite clear actually. 40, is that 14 degrees? Dew point 3. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good weather. Let's have a look what it thinks about EHAM. Actually, that was 1650 Zulu, so yeah, that's quite recent. 1655 Zulu, a few clouds. Visibility 10k, 1009. Well, that doesn't sound like it's chucking down rain to me. It's not even precipitating according to that. So maybe that's wrong. Good evening, Beamish. How are you doing, sir? Well, luckily we're not in South Sweden, York. He was in Manchester, it was nice. See that on Maverick if you're going? When you get used to the A330, you should fly some routes to EGCC to the Caribbean, like Cuba. I haven't installed any mesh or scenery west of Europe yet, like nothing at all. But I do intend to download a lot of the state scenery and airports, because there are some fantastic places to fly in America in X-Plane. But I've not installed it yet. Born to Kill 21 with a resume sub. Thank you, Born to Kill. And Cork and J, thank you very much for subscribing and welcome to the Nut House. Appreciate the support, sir. Welcome to the community. No, I don't think the terminal's on fire. There's just some weird animation going on. I don't know what that is about. You just watched the X-Plane London video. I recorded another X-Plane video this afternoon. And hopefully I should be able to get that edited. Perhaps tomorrow. I'll tell you what, actually, let's call in the catering truck and so on. Let's get the ground handling done. Catering 1 and 3. We've already got the stairways in. We'll get them in, get the baggage handlers in as well. Does the game work well on a low NPC, Juggalo? I think the best bet is to go and look at the minimum specs on Steam and then kind of take it from there. I mean, these things like can work on lower spec machines, but they're not going to look as good as this on a lower spec machine. So as long as you're okay with that, you'll be fine. But yeah, you got to check out the specs. Did I click on one? I did click on one. Okay, let's get the baggage handlers in. 1, 2. Farm Sweet 02, thank you so much for subbing, sir. Double sub hype. Welcome to the Nut House, and thank you very much for supporting the stream. Welcome to the community. You still got a blank screen, what do you mean? I do like the baggage handling animations on this thing, if you look. Zoom in. If you look at the animations, they're pretty cool. I mean, to be honest, it does tend to conjure bags from nowhere, but, you know, it opens the doors automatically, and then you get this kind of bag coming in, and like that. This like container comes in, but it comes out of nowhere, but it's still pretty decent. It's not like GSX where the trolley pulls up with all the suitcases on the back. But it's not bad. We're going to fly over Runcorn Bridge. Actually, we might. We might. I'm not sure. We might be too high to spot it. But I've got a feeling we're taking off out runway, is it 27? 23. 23 right we're taking off out of. So we will probably approximately fly towards Warrington and Runcorn. So maybe you'll see it. I don't know if it's modelled in texture. Amarva with 30 months support. Thank you very much, Amarva. What's that? 2.5 years of support. Thank you so much. Mr. Ardo, 14 months. Thank you very much, Ardo. What am I using instead of GSX? It's a thing called ground handling something or other. Does it actually say on here? No, it doesn't. I'll add it when I've done the mod spreadsheet. You'll be able to see with all the links and stuff. Right, I'm going to change that route command now. I'm going to drop it into sub mode. Hang on, where is it? Route command. And then you subs can help out. Don't spam it, please. It only runs once. Actually need to put it on a timer, 1 sec. Let's put it on a cooldown. But please don't spam it, guys. Otherwise I'll have to take your toys away, as it were. Cooldown's 30 seconds on that route command. Any sub can run it. But like I say, you know. Jar Design's Ground Services is the plugin. Yes, you're right, actually. You're right. But I did actually buy a different one, so... But you are right, it is the Jar Design one. Because it comes in the... I remember now, it comes in the same zip file. Anyway, let's crack on over here. I've punched it onto external power, so we've got that. We'll put the nav logo right on now. Now, let's go and have a little fight with the FMC. This bit's always good. The navigation programming on this thing is really a bit annoying, to be honest with you. And the LNAV systems are not working properly, as far as I can tell. Either that or I'm doing something wrong, but I do always seem to have a better fun with this thing. We can't refuel yet. Actually, I need to call in the fuel truck. but we can't refuel just yet. I'll show you what happens. Control panel, we'll call on the fuel truck. If you pop outside here, you'll see this little fuel truck. It's like a tiny little shell tanker turns up with a thumbnail of fuel in the back. And he's like, well, I can fill half a wing for you. Is that okay? The route seems wrong. What's wrong with it? Let me have a look. What seems wrong about it? Exactly. Let's see. Wait, what? That's wrong. That is wrong. What the heck? That route is completely wrong. Or maybe I didn't refresh it. Wait a sec. Oh, don't tell me. No! RIP! I know what happened. I know what happened. I'm going to have to rebuild that route now. It's because I edited it on this PC and didn't refresh it on this one, so it kept the old one. Completely wrong now. 1 second. I'm going to have to try and remember what I had. Actually, let me scroll the chat back, see if I can nick it out of my buffer. Because there it is. There it is. Okay. I know why that happened. Caching, that's why. There we go. That was the last time I flew, wasn't it? There we go. Fixed. It's fixed now. That's what happens when things cache. What's that? Lost Creeper, 21 months. Thank you, Lost Creeper, for your support, sir. McBone, hello, good vid. You need to put some diesel in your truck, and I tried to load up a Squirrel site today to say your site name for sale. Yeah, as if... Well, McBone, what happens is... I'll tell you what happens. These opportunistic auctioneers, they'll list a domain for sale when it's not. And what it'll say is, you can then register your interest to buy that domain when it's up. So don't worry about it, because my domain's bought up for a while. Coom Doom, good evening, Palma Nutters. This will be my last donation this month, as I've been signed off work for 2 weeks with stress. Stress-related illness. Squirrel Collar stream is perking me up. Hope you're well, though. Coom Doom, take care of yourself. Sorry to hear that, dude. Take care. Take it easy. Get some rest. Hope you feel better. Necolo DK, 21 month support. Thank you, Necolo. Yeah, the smoke in the background's just full on crazy. Let's get that out of the way. So at the moment, you can't actually refuel anything until you do this. The flight plan, the cost index, the cruise, and the zero fuel weight. It's dumb, but that's the way it is. It just doesn't let you refuel until you've done this bit first, which is a bit weird, but never mind. Echo Golf Charlie Charlie, going down to... Where are we going to? Eham. That's where we're going to. First, we'll punch that in. We'll line the IRS. Well, it should say 7 minutes to alignment. That's fine. Official GGTV, well, it's nice to be back. How are you? Hope you've had a great day. See you at Truckfest 2016. GG. Thank you, indeed, Official GGTV. We shall see you at Truckfest, which is on the 2nd of May. 1st and 2nd of May, which is actually a bit close. Thank you for reminding me. Mr. Piri Primi, 4 month support. Thank you, Piri Primi. And Paul, the thing below the cockpit is the METAR system, I think. Yeah, you can. Once you've punched in the start and end, you can actually get the update now, you see, because it knows where you're going. So EGCC, you can actually get it from here, and you can see 1008. And you can click on the arrival airport now, EHAM. You can update that and so on. You get the idea. But you can get it from here now. It just happens to be built into the 330. Sim247, hey Paul, how are you? How come you're using X-Plane instead of P3D? Because my P3D still has some issues that I grew tired of trying to fix, to be honest with you. So I dived into X-Plane and took a look, and I've been quite enjoying myself. Also, when will you be doing a HSC run out of X to St David's to Paddington? I don't know, Sim. I don't know yet. At some point, I would say, probably. He sounds very energized. I'm trying to get through it, Simmer, because there's a lot to do here, and there's a lot going on in chat, so I'm trying to get through it quickly, and then we can hopefully calm down. Right, let's punch in the route. We are flight number TCW451. TCW451, Thomas Cook. Punch that in there. Don't know what Thomas Cook's cost index is, so we'll jump back to my usual default of 2.5. This is where it gets fun. Now, we want a flight level 350, and sometimes this thing doesn't accept it. It's taken that so far, so that's good. Can I fly you somewhere? Sure, I'll take you to Schiphol. How does that sound? Now, if we go to the next page and just punch in a 0 fuel and block weight, now you see it's reset the cruise for us because it says, nope, you can't have that. So I think on this thing you need to punch in the cruise right at the end when you've fueled up and stuff. But for now what we'll do is we shall bring in the Airbus's load sheet, which is always a bit of a laugh. On board we have 3.48 tons here, you can see that. And we need to get a lot more than that in there. So let me look at my load sheet. Oh, has it gone to TCX now? I did see both and I was like, which one is it? Okay, TCX. I didn't know. They're both listed in PFPX. Let's go TCX451. That's fine. Not a problem. Yeah, when I went to PFPX, there's actually two, TCW and TCX. I was like, not sure which it is. So I bumped for TCW. Cruises at the end, it calculates based on your complete LNAV track. Ah. Okay, that's fair enough, Josh. I did kind of come to that conclusion when I was working out the way it was behaving. And the other thing is, like, the flight plan is, well, we'll talk more later. There's some other quirks I've spotted. Curious Orange, 4-month support. Marcus Payne, 3 months. Thank you very much, guys. Cost index of 27. Really? That's a weird cost index. Where can I find out what X-Plane series is being used? To be honest, what's her name? Juju Media. I'm going to be building my mod spreadsheet, but if in terms of the meshes, they are all the downloadable ones from, is it AIPilot.net, something like that? The livery is a Thomas Cook livery, which you can't see because my spreadsheet is in the way. There you go, that one, Thomas Cook. Well, PFPX calculated a flight level 350. Who am I to argue? Right, let's have some fun here. So, total passengers today, according to this, is 360. I don't actually think this can take 360. Let's see what it does. Let's max it out. We'll find out what its capacity is. Yeah, there you go. That's completely maxed out at 260, 270, 282. That's 282. So for some reason PFPX thinks it can take 360 and apparently it can't, which is pretty weird, but whatever. As long as 0 fuel weight's fine, we'll be okay. A lot of X-Plane is free, that's the joy of it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can get for free, Zerora, that is true. 350 is not the ordinary, used to fight a 350 or 330 from KHRL to KI. Yeah, it depends on the distance, but it goes with whatever the winds are and stuff. The Planet Seal is only suggesting some common sense needs to be applied as well as not always correct, especially on shorter routes, Putty. It's a fair point. How can you tell how much people are on the plane? Oh, it's here, look, cabin. Cabin A, cabin B, and cabin C. Look, if you look at the layout of the aircraft, you can see it's split into 3 sectors. OA, as it's called, OB, and OC. That's the 3 cabins. Obviously, the ones up here are going to be like your more first class kind of stuff. So cabin A can take 18 people. That's such a difficult font to read. I think it says 18 up at the front here. And then 152 maxed out, and then 112 maxed out. And this is your load sheet. So what you do now is you kind of have to figure out where to put your cargo in order to keep your centre of mass good and get a reasonable takeoff trim. Nice Rolls-Royce engines prefer the General Electric. Yeah, my favourite engine on these things is definitely the GE90, but the Rolls-Royce Trent comes a very close second. That's where you'll be sitting, Butler. What, up here in cabin A? Yeah? Fair enough. Right, what have we got here? We've got release fuel of 9.5 tons. Okay, so we need to bring that up now to 9.5. There we go, 9.5. It actually wants 9.598, but we should be good with 9.5. You always put in the complete LNAV route first, then cruise and block fuel, then performance. The coding likes LNAV to sit. It can calculate VNAV on top of the LNAV. That's just the way the Russians coded Unicorn. Oh. Interesting. Hang on a sec. So you put in the complete LNAV, and then you do the cruise, and then the block fuel. Okay, I might try it your way next then. I've always done this as like fueling first, but it's interesting that you say that. It does seem to be very LNAV dependent, bizarrely enough. Particularly when it's doing its calculations for whether you can hit that cruise or not. I'm E-class. Oh, I'm here in Cargo 5 here. I'm the little stow at the back there. Zero fuel weight, 154 tons. What have we got here? 153 tons. Okay, so we're not that far off. Let's stick another. So what's the trim? 3. Okay, we need to bring some more weight forward, I think. Oh no, not on the back. Wait a sec. 15. What did I say? 154. That's putting it up. So we'll not load into there. We'll load into here. 5, 3, 1, 5. 154372 is actually very, very close to what we need. So we'll take that. It's weird, doesn't work like the Aerosoft. Flew a lot of hours, just have to learn the way around the quirks. Cheers. Yeah, I recorded a video this afternoon, Josh, and I pretty much said exactly that. I said, this thing has its quirks. I said, I'm going to figure it out, but it does seem like you have to do things in a certain order, and it's very much not like the Aerosoft version. So yeah, totally agree. Hey Matt, how you doing? Your water cooler has burst. That's probably not a good thing. Takeoff trim 2.3, if somebody can remember that for me, that would be cool. Right, let's go ahead and punch in our flight plan here, get our LNAV departure done. Flight plan, where are you? Welcome aboard Doyle Airlines. Do you know what, Curly? I'd love to do a Doyle Airlines skin. I think you know, we could do an absolute corker on that. If there was somebody who's really good at doing... Who was that Emma girl? Yeah, she'd be brilliant. Is that Emma girl that was in chat? Emma, what's her name? Emma somebody or other. I've seen her skins on the forums, and she did mention it on the last X-Plane stream. She does skins for these things. I'd love it if she could do like a Doyle Airlines skin. It would be so good. You get like a paw print on it, and like a Westie on the tail and stuff like that. And a nice font for Doyle Airlines. It looked really good. Is it Emma Bentley? If anybody spots her in chat, if she happens to pop in at some point, somebody let me know. I need to ask her if she wants to do that. If she'd do that for me, that'd be so good. Get a Doyle Airlines skin, that'd be great. Right, we are going out of 2-3 right. Let's have a look here. Taking the Sonex departure, 2-3 right. Yeah, if anybody sees her in chat, let me know. 2-3 right. If not, I'll have to try and remember to message her. 2-3 right via the Sonex 1 right departure. That's good. Insert that. You'll PM her on Facebook. Please do, if anybody's already connected to her. Hey Ali, how you doing? Good evening. Oh yeah, guys, for the voyeur, he's taking a break from streaming at the moment, but he is back in a week or two, I think he said. And he's just joined the Nut House stream team, so GG and welcome to Ellie. 1 Romeo. What? Okay. UL975. Okay, so after Sonex, this is where I found it gets a little bit quirky, actually. UL975. I've seen it do some weird things here, but we'll see. The other thing is it only lets you do one at a time, which I find a bit annoying. Like, when you've done this now, you can't put another one in. So you can't build up your connections through the airways. Homicidium! Apparently my resub notification didn't come through. I didn't see it. Oh well, that gives me the opportunity to make a long overdue donation. Looking forward to the flight, Captain. Will you be attending Gamescom? I will. Homicidium. Already booked the flights, sir. Already got the hotel. I will definitely be at Gamescom. So the way I've kind of figured this out, and I don't know if Josh has found the same thing, but I've kind of found that you need to insert that properly now, because if you try and connect from Upton whilst you're in the temporary flight plan, it absolutely goes crazy. So I'm going to insert that, and hopefully we've got no discos, which we've not. So then we go from Upton Airways, and then we'll go to UY250, UY250, over to Mammal, M-A-M-U-L. Insert that, insert that. Okay, that's interesting. It's gone from Upton to Mammal. There's nothing in between. That's fine. Maybe that's good. If Emery's busy, send me the artwork you want on it. I haven't got the artwork, Josh. That's the point. I'd have to have a chat with her. Cranky65 does some really nice explain. He has done a few for me. I need to chat with her and just say, well, you know, here's a nice picture of a Westie. Here's a nice dog paw. Let's talk about some fonts. I don't have any artwork in mind. I'm kind of hoping she can come up with something. You're doing it the wrong way round, Putty. What am I doing wrong, sir? I'm all ears. Frog Dude, it's actually not that difficult when you break it down into bits. Well, all we're doing at the moment is plotting a route. That's literally all we're doing. Upton. What do you mean Upton? Question mark. Play bingo while watching the stream. Fair enough. Right, Mammal, we've got UL603 to Lamso. Let's have a look. UL603 over to Lamso. Okay, Upton, Mammal, lots of stuff down to Lamso, so it looks mostly okay at the moment. Have you ever tried to balance a webcam on a stove extractor fan? It's difficult. I think I know where you're going with that one, Matt. I think what you're trying to say is you're trying to put a webcam in your kitchen while you do some cooking. I think that's probably what you're trying to do. Wouldn't recommend it myself. Stick it on top of the microwave, Matt. That's my advice. Hey, Fat Cowboy, how you doing? No, all this is just a series of waypoints. That's all it is. It's like if you've got a map out, and if you're driving your car and you've got a map, you're going to go, right, we're going to take the M6 to Birmingham, and then from Birmingham, we're going to take the M42 down to whatever, and then from there, we're going to, you know what I mean? That's literally all you're doing. That's all we're doing. We're punching in the airway, which is like the M6, and then the destination waypoint, which is like Birmingham. That's it. It's not that difficult. Except your microwave is built into the unit. You're going to need a bracket then. I'd just get a bracket if I were you, Matt. I actually had one. You just need a wall bracket and a gooseneck arm, and then just put the camera on that. That's the best way. Actually, I'll tell you what you can get, Matt. You can get gooseneck arms with clamps on eBay. So then you can clamp it to something like a cupboard door, and then the gooseneck arm will let you just bend the camera in any way you want, and you can just have it like looking down at the stuff you're cooking. Just go with something like that, I think. M6 is the most boring motorway ever. Actually, I don't think it is, Connor. When you head north on the... Actually, the northern part of the M6 is pretty dull. But anything south of Birmingham isn't so bad. Right, let's do the arrival. And we are arriving on runway 27. By the Lamso 1 Alpha arrival, runway 27. We're not taking VOR today. Runway 27. Lamso 1 Alpha. Do we need the Seagull approach? Does anybody know? Because I did notice PFPX is really bad at this. It doesn't deal with like transitions and stuff. Does anybody recommend the Seagull via or not? Because I didn't have time to look on a map. Google now sounds like a plan. Yeah, just go to eBay, Matt. I did buy some a while ago. I have got one lying around somewhere. But you can get like a camera mount for the top of the gooseneck, and then it'll take a standard like tripod bracket, which a lot of webcams, like the Logitech one, has a standard tripod screw hole, and then you can just screw the camera into it. It's quite nice. Seagull's fine, okay. Sounds good. I'll trust you on your word, guys. Inserts. Right, let's have a look at the brokenness. Okay, now this is the thing I don't get, and I see this all the time. Why does this happen on this flight planner? We now have double LAMSO. So, A, I don't know how this happens, and B, should I just delete one of the LAMSOs? Is this a bug in the nav, or do I just get rid of the disco and leave it? Do we just do that and have double LAMSO, or is that going to totally freak out? I have seen that more than once now on this thing. What does TSK mean? As if you don't know. Messaging on, thank you, Voltage. I think Josh is messaging as well. Please don't spam him, or I don't want it to sort of log into Facebook and be like, what the? 10 messages. Because Jard is on, yeah. That's what I've done, to be honest, but I thought I'd ask somebody that had put more hours into this thing than I have. I didn't know if I'd done something wrong, or whether it was just something freaky. Okay, that looks decent. You actually fly. Yep, that will happen shortly, so don't worry. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Oops. Whoops. That's the flight plan, please. Thank you. Oh, I need to configure my cameras better, so that I can actually step through this, because at the moment I have to step through this. Tell you what, 1 second. If I turn off track IR... Oh, this thing won't let me... That's it. There we go. Get rid of that a sec. It's so hard clicking on this button when you've got track IR. Yeah, so we take... Actually, we're not going to near Runcorn. We're heading north of Manchester, so that's not going to happen. Weird kink at upturn. Interesting how we cross over the runway. So we actually cross over like that and then come back on ourselves. Fair enough. Okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. He says. In a yeah right kind of way. Right. That's the flight plan done. Jar Design have an updated interior. It didn't look this good when you used it. I'm running 1.2 R3, which is the latest build they've got. I couldn't tell you what it looked like before. I honestly don't know. Let's get rid of the fuel truck. Where are you? Fuel, go away. Now then, we've got the whole LNAV punched in. We have the fuel punched in, I believe. 1 second. 9.5 tons of fuel, which was correct. Let's go over here and just make sure that's all punched in there. Then come back here and see if it will now take a flight level 350. It will, which is good. That's nice. You should do the pre-flight checklist soon, Eric. Dude, one step at a time. It's normal for EHAM approaches always in a hook. Interesting, Flair. I just hope the LNAV on this thing doesn't freak out, because if there's one thing I've noticed about the Jar Design A330, when you arm the approach, it can do weird things sometimes. What I've had to do is wait till it is like 10 miles out in a straight line, heading right up the runway, and then arm the approach. Otherwise, it can sometimes completely turn the wrong way. It freaks out. It's bizarre. Great stream, a little boring trucker. Trucker, it gets a lot better. This is the boring bit right now, is setting everything up. But yeah, don't worry, dude. Right, transition out here is 10k on Manchester. And we shall flex down to... We could probably go higher than 45, to be honest. We could probably go 50 on this. Flex down to 50. No, it wants me to put F50 because it's picky like that. Okay, flex 50 then. We won't derate or anything like that. Transitional assume that gives us a V-rotate of 134. That's nice. Boring, how dare you, lol. Transition is 600 in the UK. It's not, Oliver. 600. Hang on, let me just double check that. I think you might be right that it's 6,000. Let me just double check my charts. I think you're right actually. EGCC is 5,000, Christian. Are you serious? $6,000 is what it is. It's 6,000. There we go. Corrected. It's going to be an interesting taxi over to the runway. I need to have the chart out here. There we go. Get the taxiways up. Navigator says 5,000. Did I just look at the wrong thing then? 1 second. 1 second. I mean, it really doesn't matter. It's actually 5,000, you're right. Navigaf does say 5,000. Navigaf does indeed say 5,000. We're going to go with 5,000. It matters not a jot. Because we're not on a network, but that's fine. Okay, we are done. We have got the takeoff data punched in. Let's get some doors closed and stuff. Let's fire up the APU. Let's get the bleed going. Double check I've done everything right up here. We'll put the fuel pumps on now. Actually, I should have put the emergency lights on a long time ago. Okay. Cockpit preparations, gears been signed, ADIs aligned. I like the way it puts the fuel content and stuff over here. Barrel reference, actually didn't do that, did I? What is it? EGCC barrel reference is 1008. Let's go outside and get rid of this stuff. Ground handling, let's get rid of the loaders first. One thing it does about the air stairs, watch this, it actually pulls away the air stairs and then closes the door, which is, let's just say that's a bit unsafe. Put it for 5,500 because it's in the middle, lol. No problem, CTU. You preferred it when you had the iPad checklist. That's on the 767, Connor. Yeah, that's a different developer, and I do like the iPad thing. It's cool. It's better than the plug-in version. I agree. Okay, let's get rid of those catering trucks now. Did I click on that one? There we go. It's Squirrel Islands, it's standard. How dare you. Okay, let's disconnect from ground power. Okay. APU bleeds are on. Now, we're going to have to handle pushback ourselves. Let's have a quick look on the outside and see where we are. Let's see if we can work out the taxiway here. Bring up the APC chart. I think we're at stand 3-2 if I remember. Critical NL, 3-month support. Thank you, Critical NL. Yeah, stand 3-2 we're at. Charge Cookie, 14 months. Thank you, Charge Cookie. Golden Folks, 2-month support. Thank you, Golden Folks. Now, 32 is... We're going to 2-3 right. Which means... Let's try and get an overhead view. There's 2-3 right there. And we are here. So we have to taxi along that taxiway there. And then just after the Emirates, we go straight on and then hang a left here. And go all the way along there to the very end. And turn right, line up. Easy, huh? On request to crank the sounds for the engine start. Got to show these sounds off, pure gold. Noted, Josh. I shall turn up the volume, rip headphone users and all that good stuff. So you have been warned, guys. We are going to crank up the volume a little bit while you hear these Rolls-Royce Trents start up. Can you zoom out of the Earth? You can go. Yep, you can go all the way into orbit. You can indeed. Okay, let's put the beacon lights on. Let's have a quick look at the checklist. Windows and doors done. Beacon's going to go on. Thrust levers are idle. Parking brake is on at the moment. Let's whack the beacon on. Let's go outside. And we shall start engine 2.
Starting engine 2.
Volume is coming up. Not bad, huh? I'll bring the volume down. Is there a reason to start engine 2? Normal procedure is to start engine 2, simply because most passenger boarding tends to take place on the left side. That's where the ground crew tend to be, so it's normal to start this engine. That's it. Right, let's start engine 1.
Starting engine 1.
You wait till we throttle up, it sounds beautiful. It actually says Rolls, like the skin normally says Rolls Royce on the edge there as well. Don't know if this one does. Okay. Let's let those settle down. Cool, we have 2 engine starts. Put that back to normal. Okay, now pitch trim, was it 2.3? I said a 2.2, I can't actually remember now. 2.3. Good stuff, huh? Flaps 1 and 2.3. Oh, come on, UP up, thank you. Is the flap set? Let's get rid of the APU. And we'll put the taxi lights on. Put the strobe to auto for now.
After start checklist completed. Full up, check. Full down, check. Full left, check. Full right, check. Pedal full left, check. Pedal full right, check. Flight control check completed. Spoilers arm. Flaps 1.
Okay, we are fully configured. Let's go and get lost on the Manchester taxiways. Now, this is where it gets fun because I have to use this little plug-in here called, what's it called? Tugmaster, yay! Let's call the Tugmaster. It's not quite GSX this, but you kind of drive it yourself. It's fun though. So he gets himself in position and then you click on the lock button here and that locks him onto the gear, release the parking brake, and then you press the buttons for the direction you want to go, that's it. Follow Delta, Delta 5, turn for K2, follow J11. Delta 5. For the K2. Yep, I see that. Looks good. Big Bang TS3, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Nuthouse Big Bang.
Park brake off.
Thank you for supporting the stream and welcome to the community. You click forward and it goes forward. That's as complicated as that gets. Now, where do you want to be? We probably want to steer him to the left a bit. I think the explosion, Simon, is just a very bad animation of the smokestack. Firefighter, you can start your engines on pushback or at the gate if there's nobody here. And there's nobody here, so whatever. Just push it left. No, to the left. I haven't got any ground traffic running yet, unfortunately. I've not managed to configure all that side of X-Plane. We're not fully set up on X-Plane. Just mostly. Right. I'm not very good at steering this thing yet. It's kind of weird. That's most of that. It'll do. Okay. Looks good to me. Stop, bro. Parking brake. Release the lock. It's a bit clunky, but it gets you where you want to be. Let's get rid of him. There you go. It's almost there. Josh Gibbs, thank you for subscribing, dude. Welcome to the Nut House. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and welcome, welcome, welcome. Give him a lovely nutty welcome. Josh Gibbs, another great flight sim streamer. I tend to watch him when he's streaming over in America. He tends to play like when I've just woken up or something. He's online. Very relaxed style of streaming, I've noticed. Right, taxi light is on. Please park and brake. Let's go. Go give him a follow, guys. Wow. Actually got some ground crew working here. That's interesting. New DLC coming out with a new wheel tuning pack. More things to edit your wheels. Oh, what? An official DLC? This guy's nicking the taxiway. What's going on? I think he's been taken into the hangar over there. Set my initial climb. Good call, sir. Haven't done that yet. Whoa, dude! Careful with that aircraft. The heck? Climb initially to 6,000. Probably going to get lost here. Should I have gone that way, I think? No, let's go this way. I think this is right. How do you make the... does Josh know, actually? How do you make the enunciator louder? The woman that's talking. I can't hear anything she's saying. Like, she's so quiet, you just cannot hear it. Where are we? Delta, taking us down to Alpha. Okay, that's fine. We're going the right way. Past the tower. It's 5,000, you're right. Let's go to 5. So on Delta 5. Delta 5? Hang on. Delta. There's Delta 4. Oh, there's Delta 5. Ah. I had a feeling I'd get lost here. What's that one? Yeah, I think I've gone the wrong way. Past Delta 5. I knew I'd get lost here. Yeah, I should have turned left down there. We'll turn left here instead. It's fine. Yeah, apparently Jazzy Cat mods have been updated. So that they were very, very broken on the new ATS and ETS. Change the sounds of the MCDU. I couldn't find anything for that woman though. Oh, that reminds me actually, there are some sounds I need to change in here. Camera shake, go off. Turbulence, go off. Absolute rubbish nonsense that is. Don't kill the pilot. That was on the 767, Felix. You don't get to kill the pilot on this one. Okay, I think we're following Kilo at the moment. Yep. Kilo 2, just passed. So yeah, it's pretty much a straight line down here. Bye-bye, Emirates. You're taking off the opposite way to your house. The turbulence is weird, Trucker. It's like super weird in this. You'll see when we get to cruise that the aircraft already kind of does weird stuff, but with the turbulence on it's even worse. Bank of Scotland. Yeah, you should hear it. I'll try and flick to external view when we throttle up, but you'll hear it. It sounds gorgeous. Actually, I probably better stay in the cockpit on takeoff. As soon as I enable autopilot, we'll have a wing view or something. Vrome, I know, I used them in the last few videos, but they're broken. They've just been updated though. Well, listen, we'll put turbulence on, right? But you'll see it's kind of weird. Okay, and here we are, 2-3 right.
Park brake on.
Park brake is indeed on, sir. Right, that can come on. That can come on. That can come on. All the lights. So it looks like that was already where it shouldn't have been. Flight controls checked, flight temperature, ATC, cabin crew. TA, RA, what else have we got? Engine start selector, it's normal, packs not required.
Park brake off.
Let's go. Did you put the A320 MCDU patch direct to this plane, fixes the problem losing LNAV when you are direct top percent? I did not, Josh. I didn't know about that. I downloaded the hot patch. I downloaded the patch for the A330, which was release 3, which was like a hot fix that you put in. I presume that's the fix that it has. I didn't download a 320 patch for it. It was like a hotfix patch I saw, I think. Oh no, I did the one in 320, sorry. I did the one in 320. For this one, I've got 1.2 R3. Struggling to remember now. Watching it makes you nervous. Actually, I find that the more I know about something, like, the less scared I get of it. And so, as I've learnt more about flying aircraft, I don't, you know, my fear gone out the window, basically. I also have a greater appreciation for what the crew have to deal with. The hot patch can be used on 330. Ah. Cool. No, I've not done that. Right, let's go. Throttle up.
Power set.
Flex. Man flex SRS. I'm all over the runway. We're trying to reach over to get the volume up here as well.
100 knots.
Checked.
V1. Rotate.
State. We are
Positive climb.
alive. Gear up.
Gear up.
I will get an outside view. I'm kind of concentrating right now. Hang on.
Autopilot 1. Cross check.
I'll gauge the autopilot so I can actually do this. There you go.
Flaps 0.
Okay, we should be banking right now. Which we are. Trying to get a good view, there you go. It's a decent view. Okay, he's complaining now because lights are on that shouldn't be on. So he's having a little bit of a cry about that, which is fair enough. Okay, flaps are retracted, packs are fine. 4K, we're heading towards standard. Let's go all the way up to 160 now. Learn the hard way. Never put the gear up until the first officer calls gear, otherwise we'll lose nose. Oh, why is it flickering? Really? I didn't know that. Hang on a sec. It's not happy about something. Keeps cancelling my speed.
After takeoff checklist completed. Standard Baro cross check. Passing flight level 051.
Okay, it wasn't inclined properly. It's really hard to get it into those detents. I really wish I had an Airbus throttle with the detents on it. Okay, we can clean up a bit. Turn off the ground spoilers. Seatbelts can stay on. Let's have a look at the view. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Shy, I don't like the smoke, the animation. It's just not realistic. I prefer to just have the thermal. So much quieter on the wing though. No, it's because the throttle wasn't in the climb detent properly, so it kind of freaked out and wouldn't climb up. That's all it is. Landing lights should be off. That's a nice view. I think that is the Mersey estuary. That's Liverpool there, and then there's the Wirral on the other side, and that should be Wales down there, going that way. Liverpool Airport's like down there somewhere. It's really hard to see. Down here is, let me think about this. This here, I think, is the Manchester Ship Canal. It's the canal that runs from Manchester down to Liverpool, and I was born in St Helens, which is just down there somewhere. Cool, huh? Yeah, the smoke animation looks like an engine fire, I agree. I don't like it. Nothing we can do about it though. Birthplace of Mr. Squirrel. Okay. 350 is punched in. Okay, this is an annoying thing I don't like about this Airbus. Once you get over flight level 1010, you basically have this problem where if you don't put the window heats on, everything turns to ice. Whereas it should automatically do it on the Airbus. The sceneries you're using for Manchester Amsterdam paid add-ons? They are. Yeah, that's available in the X-Plane store, Ali. The Manchester one. So is Schiphol. A lot of the airports I've got are free, but I've got about 6 payware ones. That's a cracking view, that is. X-Plane, does it cost? Depends whether you buy it on a sale or not. For X-Plane, let me turn that down a little bit. There's a Rolls Royce. Right there. X-Plane is not expensive for what it is, I don't think. Like for an entire simulation platform, it's actually quite cheap. But you can get it on a Steam sale, like very, very, very cheaply when there's a Steam sale on. The actual add-ons are interesting because you can get a lot of stuff for free. Like all these ground textures here, completely free. Completely free. Just download them. You just need the disk space and the video RAM. The clouds, I'm using the like Max Pro, what's it called? Sky Max Pro for the cloud generation. The textures, you can get free textures if you want to for the clouds, or you can, I think, get a payware one. There's an add-on coming out on Friday from the same people who make SkyMax, which is a live weather connector, so it'll inject live weather into SkyMax, which is quite nice. But you can get a lot of stuff for nothing. Like there's so many free airports available for X-Plane, it's ridiculous. But they're not as good as commercial ones, but they're good enough in many cases. And then you can get the commercial ones which look amazing. I can quiet the engine down if it's too loud. Shmoo, you need approval to post URLs and stuff. Okay. Once we get into cruise, I'll start thinking about EHAM. Notice how it's starting to get like, as we get further away, you're starting to get that kind of haze effect. Particularly on the distance there, it's all blue scattered, it looks lovely. But yeah, it does look good. Lovely skin actually. No, it doesn't firefight it. It doesn't have the same sound as the G90. The G90 definitely is better, but the Trent comes a close second. Photoshop will fix the haze problem. Emma's in chat. Is she in chat? Emma, do you fancy making me... I know this is really cheeky, Emma, but do you fancy making a skin? We'd like a Doyle airline skin. Doyle's my dog, if you don't know. He's really cute, so we were kind of thinking it'd be really cool to have a Doyle airline skin for this. It's cool if you're busy. I just thought we'd ask. That. I've already got World to Explain, Lorenz. I've got that one. Ardo92, hello, just off topic, I'm building my first PC. Ooh. Can't decide between the 4790K or the 6700K, which means DDR3 versus DDR4, read online. There isn't much difference in games. That's a tough one. It's a tough one, that is. DDR4 definitely has more bandwidth. Depends what games you're playing. As ever with these things, it always depends. A passenger view. I can create a passenger view, hang on. Did I already have a passenger view? I had a cabin view, I think. There you go. So I've got a cabin view from the inside. And you can, of course, just like look out the window. Just got to get the positioning right. So yeah, you can actually just, you know, take a seat here and acts like you're looking out the window, just peering out the window, going, "Oh, this is cool." So it technically is a passenger view. This is what you'd see. Why is the plane empty? Because they couldn't be bothered to stick in 260 passenger models. It's quite a funny view, actually, isn't it? The emotes to the door with the goggles look as good on the skin. CGM, probably you're right, actually. Put that on the tail fin, maybe. It was quite realistic. Looks good, doesn't it? Let me just jump back here. See how we're doing. Alright, we're almost... let's have a look at the flight plan. Okay, we should be at top of cruise in under 2 minutes. Top of descent. What's top of descent? I go past it. Top of descent is 13:23, which is 13 minutes away. So not far. 250 nautical down to Ehem. Not a particularly long journey at all. I want to use it for 8 to 10 years? Dude. I'm sorry to say this, Auto, but PCs, 8 to 10 years? Man. You're going to struggle. If you want a game, you're going to struggle. 8 to 10 years. That's 5 is more realistic, unless you're playing Pac-Man or something, in which case you could probably get 8 to 10. 600-700K is better, what do you think? Ardo, it's a balancing act between different components in the system. There's no one component is going to make it amazing. It's always a balancing act between, like if you're on a budget, it's how much, what can you get for your money? Well, if I get the 6700, it means I can't get the SSD. If I get this, then I can't get that GTX 980 that I want. Do you know what I mean? It's a balance on the budget. Get the best you can for the money and it'll last you longer. Don't skimp on things like the CPU, the memory, on the graphics card. You can always upgrade later. The stuff you can upgrade later, like the SSDs you can bring in later if you need to. So they're upgradable. But upgrading the CPU is not an easy thing. Upgrading the RAM, it's very dependent on the motherboard. So the best you can get away with is adding RAM later. So it's hard, Ardo. It really is, configuring a PC. Like, speccing it out to a budget, it is absolutely a balance. Focus on what is very hard to upgrade. Yeah, get those basics right. Get the best you can for the money so that you don't need to upgrade them later because they're hard to upgrade. And if you're going to cut the budget out somewhere to get a better component, focus on what you can upgrade, like the SSDs and the hard drives, and even the graphics card. You can drop a newer one in later. So think about it that way. Sounds like we're hitting cruise. We are indeed. Do you know what I should have done ages ago? Let the passengers have a walk round. Emma replied a little while ago, are you doing a skin, Steve? I'm sorry, I missed it completely. Did she say yes or no? Or get lost? Yeah, Kevin, it totally depends. He's mentioned gaming, but without knowing what gaming he's going for, it's hard to say. I would never consider buying a PC for 8 to 10 years because, well, look at it. In 5 years' time, my PC will probably be completely different because I want to be right at the cutting edge of technology to get the best out of the software. But if you don't, it's fine. Hey, coastal hype. Oh, weather snapping. That's what I want to avoid. This new connector that comes out on Friday apparently feeds live weathering and stops that problem. What's happening there is when it's moving from sector to sector, it's loading live weathering and it snaps, and it's horrible and annoying. But the connector apparently fixes that. Yeah, exactly. Focus on what you can't upgrade and get the best. Gotta love Jaffers, 13 months. Thank you, gotta love Jaffers. Okay, I'm going to look at the charts here. Down at Ehem. We're flying down to Amsterdam Schiphol. It's easy enough to whack in more memory than GPU. It is, but you have to conform to the memory specs. So you can drop in some more DDR3, for example, if you've got a DDR3 motherboard, but you can't drop in DDR4. So, because things keep moving. Will you do live streams on your channel, Dodgems? I'm not sure what you mean. This is my channel. Yeah, still got some problems. IJX and P3D. I need to get them fixed. Matt said he would give me a hand, but he's like the most unavailable person you've ever met in your life. So I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm good, thank you, Garside. Did I change it to the plane? I thought I changed the delivery to the plane. It is 737, yeah. Casey Tank Newton, 1996. Hey Paul, still loving the streams and videos. I know you've probably done heard, but the Jazzycat mods used for traffic have been updated, and I done got them, but awesome stream, keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Casey. I had heard that Jazzycat had updated his stuff. I'll be sure to patch it all for Sunday, but thank you, sir. No floaty. 767 lets you kill the co-pilot. Well, games like simulators mostly, so it's not the latest and greatest upgrade later that like graphics and memory, but the CPU, as you said, is hard. Even the memory you're restricted to, Ardo. If you can get 16 gig, that's going to last you a few years. That's what I would say. You can always drop in another 2 8s later and get it up to 32. Right, that there is top of descent. That's it. So I need to start figuring out what we're going to do here, because we're only about 70 nautical away from descent. Let's have a look. The charts. Manchester. No, get rid of Manchester. Eham. Good old Schiphol. The longest taxiway in the world. Oh, I don't stream to YouTube, Dodgems. No. No plans to do that. Okay. Transition is 3,000 down at Schiphol. Interesting. Lamsa on arrival is there. I've not heard of an indie game called Kenshi or whatever you said. 27 Schiphol. Right, intercept on the glide slope is 2,000. Sugal arrival, okay. We do 100 radio. Missed approach is climb to 3,000 on 267. .55 is the ILS. It should have already punched it in, but we'll check it. Remember the undefined donates? Oh yeah, CTU, I remember that. Yeah, I've forgotten about that. The whole undefined thing. That was a bug that then turned into a meme. That was funny. Whoa, that was a bit of a snap. See, I like this thermal haze that you get off the engine. It looks really good. Yes, Weatherman, I'm using the Steam version. It's fine if you don't mind a massive download over your internet, otherwise get the DVD version. Rigs of Rods I've heard of, Trucker, I've never tried it myself. I think it's on Steam, isn't it? I can't remember. Settings on FSX, I'm on X-Plane. And there are tutorials. Tutorials take ages to make. I frankly don't have the time to make tutorials. You could cook your sausages on that engine. Yeah, probably. You could burn them. Do I have any plans for my birthday? Interesting that you should say that. You see that? The exhaust temperature, 360 Celsius. I could say you'd do more than cook your sausages on that. Yeah, my birthday's actually on a Tuesday. April the 26th is on a Tuesday this year, which is a bit annoying because I don't normally stream on a Tuesday. So what I'm kind of thinking of doing is streaming on Tuesday and not Wednesday and spending the day with my family on Wednesday. That's kind of what I'm thinking of at the moment. We need to start. We'll be coming up for top of descent shortly, actually. Now here's something I've noticed about this thing. If you... And this worries me. I don't know, is Josh in the chat or not? This worries me. If I pick like a descent... Let's say I get clearance to descend down to 160. If I click that in, it seems to descend as if it's gonna only get down to 160 in the entire flight plan. It's kind of as if like when we get to the airport, 160 is fine. That seems to be kind of what it does on its calculation. So I'm gonna not do that this time. I'm gonna go all the way down to like 6k. Get us really quite low. Because otherwise it just doesn't go down quickly enough. It's really weird. Let's keep an eye on that top of descent now. No, it's not really that noisy in the cockpit, MG Green. I've got it turned up so we can hear it. Absolutely, it's not that quiet in real life. And you can turn it down in here as well. Okay, so let's go to the descent phase, approach phase. Let me just punch this in while we're here. 100. MD8. We'll do the rest of it in a second. April 26th. Depends if I can get the mod cover. You can always set the flight level and then manually adjust the V-speed. Same as with that way though. That's what I did, Ali, to be honest. But I'm trying to give this thing a bit of a chance and work out what I need to do to get it to behave. Because at the moment I feel like you've got to do stuff manually to get it to do what you want to do. It's either that or I'm doing something wrong. Push the descent button 10 times before top of descent to allow the jet to slow down and establish descent speed. And it will run the VNAV much better. Okay. There you go. I think I've punched it like 10 times just before top of descent. Let's see what happens. We've got a 900 feet per minute descent right at the moment. It just concerns me that if I went on a network and I got cleared down to, let's say, 240 and then 160, is this thing going to behave or is it going to screw me over completely? Why are people saying Roos? Only the subs can run that command, and it's on a 30-second cooldown. And I did ask people not to spam it, but if it gets out of hand, I will take that toy away. And this is why we can't have nice things. You meant push it once 10 miles before descent, or 10 times. Let me just read what you said. Hang on. Hang on, what did you say? But try pushing the button 10 miles before. Okay, we'll let you off, Josh. I misread that. I thought it meant push it 10 times. I think I actually did push it 10 miles before, so we should be okay. Oh, thank you, Emma. Yeah, I actually saw that message this time. You need to lay down, she's a pain. Oh, no. Get well soon, Emma. Thank you for that. I'll read your message later. Thank you. Is Trucking Diary coming back? Dodgems, you had an episode yesterday, sir. And another one is almost ready to go. I could ask Mass. He'll probably just say that the jar design is beep and then say don't use it. That's probably what he'll say. Right, what's the arrival airport like at the moment? 1755. It was on QNH 1009. 260. 280 at 6 knot wind. Okay. We'll give that a bit more time and then punch it in. Thank you, Janoe. It has indeed been a full year. You should fly to Canada or live in Canada. Taximan, I did say earlier in the stream, but you probably wasn't here, that I have not yet installed the scenery and airports and stuff for United States or Canada, but I fully intend to do so. And at that point, we'll do some longer hauls over to the States and fly in and around the States, and it should be good fun. Because yes, I agree. The scenery in Canada is beautiful. After this, the next trip is down to Geneva, and I have ultra high definition textures in and around the Alps, so hopefully we'll get an eye full of beautiful scenery. But yeah, there's ultra high definition for the west coast of America and like a strip across Canada as well, and they would look fantastic. It would actually look good to do some kind of short haul, not quite VFR, but near VFR type stuff, like low level stuff. Where can you download X-Plane? You can either get it from the X-Plane store or you can get it from Steam, or you can order it and have the 8 DVDs or whatever it is. We should be able to see the coastline soon. I keep my eye on this thing because I don't trust it. Dash 8, I know Ali, but the problem with the Dash 8 is it's not very good on X-Plane compared to the amazing one you can get on P3D. I really wish we could fly the Dash 8. I honestly do. The nearest thing I've got to the Dash 8, which I might use, is the Saab 340A, I think it is. which is a lot like the Dash 8, but not quite as good. It's a bit harder to start than the Dash 8, and the Dash 8's not easy. Right, let me have a look at the progress page. Okay, it's not actually giving me... Now, at the moment, it's reckoning 72 nautical to get down to 60. 72 nautical is going to put us past Sugal. Oh, wow, okay. That's not bad. Wow. It's not bad at all, actually. It looks like it's behaving itself. You love your Dash on P3D. It's one of the best aircraft you can get on P3D. FlyJ Sim will be updating the Dash 8 in X-Plane once for the updated 727 releases from beta. They're going to have to do a lot to make it anything like the P3D version, but I really hope they do a good job of it.
We need more drag, sir.
Need more drag, apparently.
Spoilers full.
Okay, spoilers are on full. See, I activated the descent early, and yet it still thinks we need to get drag, which is interesting. That's the spoiler. P3D Q400 is gold. Yeah, it really is. It's like, it's pretty much one of those aircraft at the pinnacle of what you can do with a flight sim right now. I just wish that they could take that and put it onto X-Plane, because you'd then have like this amazing flight model as well as a beautiful aircraft to fly with all of its systems working. Draggers and lipstick and high heels? Only on a Saturday. Was speaking to an ex-commercial pilot yesterday. He flew for Thomas Cook for a long time, but later he flew for Jet 2. He said all the things that people asked, whether they'd happened or not, when he flew Jet 2, even had an engine failure on a 757. James, that's why they have to be well trained, because you never know what's going to happen. I think the biggest fear that pilots have is a bird strike. Especially like a bird strike in both engines. Like, that is a nightmare scenario. Especially on takeoff when you're fully heavy. They make good regional airliners for X-Plane. Depends what you mean by good, Adam. Depends where you're putting that bar, you know? Isn't it like X-Plane models on the wing and FSX has a table of possibilities or something? Exactly that, Zaphoid. So when in FSX, each aircraft comes with its own kind of flight characteristics, and it is more or less a lookup table of, if you're doing this, then it behaves like that. Whereas in X-Plane, press the Control N, it models it like that, so it's going, right, here's the air flowing over the aircraft, right? And then what it does is it breaks that up into sectors and says, when the airflow is flowing over this sector of the wing, what's it doing? How much lift is it generating? And it looks at the different aspects of the aircraft, adds it all together, and then moves the aircraft accordingly. And it's called blade element theory. And what it means is that you make an aircraft, and then X-Plane decides how it behaves in the air based on what you did. Which gives you a whole different world of feeling. And it also does it like a lot. Very, very frequently, so you get a very real sense of flying. Put it this way, you can train pilots on this under FAA approval. It's that good. Physics for the win, Josh. And FSX just doesn't do that. It's plain and simple. The engine was never designed to do that. Like, that engine is so good, that modelling is so good, you can build a helicopter and model it. Like, it models the blades and the lift and everything. It's really good. I do not play SimCity, I play City Skylines though. I try not to get too technical, MJ, but somebody asked, so... Like to see me flying a chopper, Floaty? I actually flew a chopper on DCS. DCS is another game with a really good flight model. ETA, well, you can see where we are, but ETA. Local time here is 13:31, and if you look at the flight plan, we are 13:37 when we reach 6,000 feet. So what's that, in 6 minutes or something? And if you scroll down to the bottom, so they're 13:54, so we are 25 minutes before we'll be at the airport, approximately. But with crappy add-ons and X-Plane just for the physics. On getting my PPL. Yeah, I totally agree, Josh. I totally agree. Like, if you want to know what it's like to fly a real aircraft, you get X-Plane. If you want to have really functional aircraft with all the systems working, you do it on P3D. And it's pretty much that, sadly. We can't have the best of both worlds right now. You're like, you can have your cake or you can eat it, but you can't do both. I hope it'll change. I hope the whole flight sim, you know, world sorts itself out in the next couple of years and we end up with really the best of everything. FS Dutch, you can just block anybody out of your chat. I don't understand why you're saying you can't get rid of them. It does help. If you ban somebody out of your chat, they can't come back in unless they create another account, and that's against Twitch terms and conditions, and you can report them for it and they can be IP banned. But you can get rid of people like that. P3D for the systems and weather. Josh, there's like the SkyMax connectors coming out on Friday. Could change the game a little bit on the whole weather front. Definitely going to check it out. But yeah, we still can't sort the systems out yet. We need P3D, we need PMDG to just like move its aircraft over to X-Plane. Life would be good. You remember a certain incident from DCS? I don't know what you're talking about, Relic. Plane's going crazy, what do you mean? Looks pretty stable to me. That's a nice view. How do you rotate an object in Skylines? You can't. It aligns itself with the road, Matty. Oh no, hang on. Put your road down and then align, and then do that. That's how you do it. Yeah, PMDG are bringing out DC6 later this year, but the problem with the DC6, it's a very manual aircraft. It doesn't have like all of these, you know, flight plan navigation systems of a modern aircraft. So it's going to be amazing, but it's going to be an absolute handful. Flying in an aircraft once in the sky is boring, Crescent Boy. There's not much to do. In theory, like in real pilots in real life, we'll sit here and just check things every 15 minutes, like the fuel levels and stuff. But other than that, yeah, the thing flies itself. But you can get more difficult aircraft that you have to continually keep on top of if you want more of a challenge. I don't know, Ali, if they're bringing shared cockpit out. I don't know. I really wish somebody would. I really do. But I don't know of any yet. Is this game complex, advanced, and way confusing? It's as real as you want it to be, UA 2001. You can fire it up, jump in a simple aircraft, and pretty much take off and just have a laugh. Yeah, the DC. So the guy who runs PMDG, what's his name? Robert Randazzel, I think. He basically said that what they're doing is they are in the process of all the aircraft. They're like rewriting the software so that they disconnect it from the platform that it's on. And that then means they can take all of their core code for the aircraft and then move it from one platform to another and just write the specifics to drop it into that platform. So what he's really saying is, we don't know what the future of P3D is, because Lockheed could just turn around one day and say, we don't want to sell this anymore. And they'll be like, we know FSX is being replaced with whatever Dovetail's bringing out, and what he's saying is he wants to take his stuff and have it on any of the platforms, because Robert Randazzo is actually quite a fan of X-Plane, and yet for some reason he hasn't put his aircraft on X-Plane properly. But it kind of looks like the company is going in that direction. So I'm hopeful, but it's not an overnight job because it takes a long time to build an aircraft on a platform, especially at the level that they do. So yeah, who knows, in 12 months time we'll have a DC-6 and maybe something else. The Wookie, 11 month support, thank you Wookie. Robert wants a bigger personal jet. Okay, let's start thinking about some stuff here, because we're not a million miles away. Let's go back to the NIP page. Sorry, not the NIP page, progress page. Let's go into the approach. Let's update that. Latest weather's 1009, so we'll punch that in. Does anybody know how to read this thing? Is 11/08, is that the temperature stroke dew point? So is that an 11 degrees Celsius temperature? Because I can't remember the exact spec of this thing. 270, 300 at 3 knots, I think, is the wind. 300 at 03 knots. I think I said it was transition down here was like 3k, 3000 transition. Yes, it is cool. Few clouds, visibilities 10k or more, so that's good. So that's that done. That's the approach punched in. To double check the RadNav 111.55, that lines up with exactly what we said the ILS was, so we know that's appeared to have worked. 23 nautical away. Okay. So far it looks okay. 303 knots variable 270330, cool. That's pretty much what I thought it meant, but I thought I'd check. See, I actually think we're down a bit too low at the moment.
Spoilers half. Spoilers retracted.
I'll bring the spoilers back in. The engine's struggling a bit with that. Forgot to retract them ages ago. Someone just turned the sun on.
If everything is okay with the lights.
If everything is okay with the lights, he's saying. See, this, like, we've just passed 10k not long ago, and for some reason... Actually, the landing light's always gone at 10k. That's cool. I'm wrong, he's right. It's fine. I'm going to put the seatbelt signs on now. Get everybody back in the seat. Not that there is anybody back there, but, you know, we'll pretend. Why did he decelerate? He didn't. What happened was, I removed the spoiler, which was creating drag. So the engine was struggling against the spoiler, and as the moment I retracted it, the engine powered down because it didn't have as much drag anymore. So that's why that happened. It wasn't a deceleration; it was a de-throttling, if you like. Whoa! Look at that cloud! Look at that cloud! That is so cool. What does it look like from the passenger point of view? I have 200 ghosts in the plane. You're not kidding. It's better than 200 snakes, right? Always amazes me when we get here just how much waterways, like, it's insane the amount of waterways they have. We're out. We're on our descent down into Schiphol. There's 1,085 of you back there. That's scary. That water looks beautiful, doesn't it? Don't think the North Sea looks like that in real life, but hey, whatever. It's good scenery though, isn't it? Look at that. It's actually quite accurate. We are landing in Schiphol, runway 27. That's the plan. Whether we make it or not largely depends on the LNAV system of this thing. We should actually be flying over the airport shortly. In fact, there it is there, I believe. Look at the detail. My life. Get us down onto profile. See you later, Steve-O. Look at the runway down there, look at that. That is super cool. Oh my god, that is so good. You have like Schiphol? Yeah, it's just like insane taxiways at Schiphol. Whoops, wrong click. Normally they do a right hand circuit for 27. Well, we're on the Sugal approach, so I don't know. Just looking at the approach vector here. Actually, I don't think you're right, you know. Although I don't think it should have... Oh no, Sugal's there. No, it is a left turn, but what it's supposed to do, according to the chart, I think, it's supposed to bring you in, not over the runway, but just a little bit north of the runway, and then you make a left turn around. Get the foggiest idea, Epic. You just got to spend a lot of time watching and observing and reading and learning and trying, and then eventually you get it. It's not easy. Good so you didn't see me take off out of Manchester, James. You can always watch it on the VOD. Right, let's see where we are. 5,700 feet. Those are 9 miles. Okay, so we should hit our profile of 3k just as we're coming into that turn. That is pretty much perfectly what we want to do. The haze on the engines, yeah, the thermal's beautiful, isn't it? I love it. Okay, we'll have a low brake here. We definitely don't need to go any more than that.
Spoilers armed.
We'll arm the spoilers ready. We'll get some stuff done while we're here. Approach checklist. Okay, we haven't done the barrow yet. 1009. Okay. As soon as we hit 3k, we'll go back to local pressure. Usually get vectored after Sugal Sour. Yeah, that's true. Glad you made it for the approach. It's almost the most exciting part of any journey. Always, you mean? Oh, right. I don't know. I like Takeoff as well. See you later, Lipid Productions. Okay, where are we? 3,500. I'm going to get an open descent down to 3,000 now. Actually, no, I think we'll be alright with the managed. Well, I'm going to bring that speed down.
Approach phase activated. Flaps 1.
Okay. He's on the approach automatically. Want to go to flaps 1, that's good to know. Right.
Approach checklist completed.
Cabin through advised. Econ memos, no blue. Lights are on. Look how it kind of misses its LNAV here. Look at that. It's kind of a little bit off on its LNAV navigation. Yeah, has instant procedures for its takeoff flaps after 3,000. You should check them out. Okay. 10 nautical out.
Flaps 2.
Let's go flaps 2. Doesn't activate on flaps 1, activates on the pink ball. Fair enough. It must have been uncanny timing then, because I pressed flaps 1 and he went, approach phase activated. Now, I'm going to press the approach button in a minute, and I'm just going to hope that this thing can pick up the approach vector. If not, I'll have to quickly turn it off again. Let's see what we get.
Autopilot 2. Cross check.
Okay. It appears to have settled into that one, which is good. Let's get speed down. Why are we above profile?
Gear down.
We are way above profile. It's our V-speed reference, 133. We've got a bit of a headwind.
Flaps 3. Flaps full.
Go 138. We're still above profile. What is this thing doing? See, why did it not capture the glide? That's... I don't know, it's so weird, this thing. We were fully set up. I armed the approach, it didn't capture the glide slope. And completely screwed me over. And now we're too high on profile.
Radio altimeter alive.
2,500.
Radio altimeter alive. I bet when you hear that, that's the point where you can arm the approach and it captures the glide slope. You didn't activate in time. I don't think you're right. I've activated it too early before.
Check, sir. If everything is okay with the light.
Yeah, dude. Let's get all the lights on. The only thing he ever does is mention lights. It's completely hopeless. Let's just hope we can get down on time. Now we're on profile. So quiet. I'm turning up the volume now. So my wife's put a cup of tea in the way of my mixing desk, which is really useful.
500.
Okay, that's better. A little bit low.
400.
Don't need flight directors. We're not doing El Navigino.
300. 100 above.
This thing does not want to go down right now.
200.
It feels so heavy. Come on, down you go.
100.
Down. Oh, not that much. Blimey.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
It's going to be a bit hard.
Descend. Spoilers full. Reverse green.
That was behaving very strangely coming in. Very strangely. A little bit early on the touchdown
70
zone.
knots. Flaps 3. Flaps 2. Flaps 1. Flaps 0.
Next landing should be good, sir.
Spoilers retracted. Spoilers arm.
Don't think they like that landing very much. I thought it went pretty okay, apart from the aircraft was behaving like... I was pushing full nose down and it was taking ages to come down, and then I pull it back up and it would take ages to come back up. Like in an unnatural way. I'm wondering if it's something to do with the way I loaded the cargo, kind of made it a bit strange. I'm not sure. See you later, Ali. Let's go and find somewhere to park. I'll have a look at the replay in a minute. Okay. Did you see that trim then? Did you see that? Why is it... Look at the trim. The pitch trim's freaking out. No wonder I had a... What the... Wow. I have no idea what's going on there. Kenya Airways.
Park brake on.
Something I didn't do. Fire up the APU. So wait for the APU now. That's behaving now. Beginning to think that was the source of the weirdness I felt landing. It just didn't feel right. We need to get this thing powered down before we start playing the replay, otherwise it gets a bit weird. There we go. Okay. get the ground handler in. Right, let's have a quick look at that from the replay view. You'll see my aircraft going up and down quite a bit as we came in. It was behaving very strange. If you go into Palma, then why are you powering down? Because, Alphinator, when I do the replay, the aircraft can do strange things in the background. I think, actually, I wonder if I pause it and then do the replay. That might fix it. Let me try that. I think maybe that's the trick here, if I pause it and then do it. I'm not
Park brake
sure.
off. The doors are not closed, sir.
Yeah, you see this now? Look. You see what I mean?
Flaps full.
Speed.
I don't know about this replay thing. It's now got all the doors, like, wide open. And it's going to look a bit weird unless I close them all. I did turn the engines off before I replayed, but I think because the sim is now
Flaps 1. Park
paused.
brake on. Flaps 0.
Let me unpause it. Let me get out of replay mode. Unpause it. Shut all the doors. I was kind of thinking if I went to ground power, then that would solve the problems in the replay, but I'm not sure. Yeah, next stop is Geneva. We just want to have a quick look at the landing again first.
Flaps 3. Flaps full.
Before we do this, let me build... I figured out something on this X camera thing, I'll show you. Bring up the control panel. And you can put it into airport camera mode. And then you can say, generate airport cameras. And then go create cameras. And now what it does is it generates camera locations for the whole of Schiphol. So you can go apron M71, B36, C10. Like you can get views from all the gates. Or you can go viewpoints, tower viewpoint. Is there runway 09, runway 27. So that's the 27 runway, so we'll take a viewpoint from here. Let me save that. Take a viewpoint from here and speed it up. We're going to watch the landing.
Speed.
You can see the faint...
Speed. 500.
We'll get a wing view in a minute and see what the passengers thought of it.
$400. 300 above. 200.
There you go. That was a sudden
100.
weird drop. Look at that.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
It's a little bit bouncy and rough.
Speed. 400.
Like I say, it was doing weird things.
300. 100 above. 200.
Just about here, it did some weird stuff. Look.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great.
Speed. 400.
Let's see what the passengers thought about it.
300. 100 above.
They didn't clap, which means they didn't like it very much.
200. 100.
Speed.
50. 40. 30.
Yeah, that vertical descent's too high.
5.
I don't know what was going on with the trim. It was behaving so bizarrely. I felt like I was fighting it all the time. Like I'd say go down and it wouldn't go down. And then it would suddenly go down. And then I'd pull up and it would go, nope, nope, nope. Oh, okay. And it was so hard. At least it didn't scream.
Flaps 2. Flaps 0. Next landing should be good, sir.
I don't know what it is, but the autopilots in this thing, you just want them to go away. Anyway,
Brake on.
let's get back here, and we have to bring in the ground crew again now, I guess, because it's made them all go away. Let's put the chocks on. Let's get the catering in. Get the stairway in. Let's get the loader in, then we'll get the fuel in. No spoilers on the replay. Yeah, the other thing is, when you're on the replay, I've noticed the vehicles don't move around on the ground either. I spotted that one. Going to Geneva next, Intruder Emerald, and Geneva's, I've got commercial scenery for that as well, from the X-Plane store, and it's beautiful. It's like Geneva. I love landing in Geneva. It's so, like, you're flying over the lake. It's just awesome. Right, let's get set up. Let's hope. Hang on, has it just dropped all power? Oh, you stupid thing. What on earth has it done? It's kind of disconnected the ground power, even though it left the model there for it. Okay. That's annoying. Rip. Is it going to leave the power on this time? Okay. Let's try and load in the next flight plan, which is from Schiphol down to Geneva. Now, like I said, I've got Ultra HD texturing down at the Swiss Alps, so hopefully we'll get to see some of that as we're flying over. And then the approach down into Geneva should be lovely. Okay, EHAM to LSGG, let's do this. EHAM to LSGG. Approach Departments Airport not found. You what, mate? Did I type that in wrong? I think I must have punched that in wrong. There we go. C6451, cost index 25 again. We're not going to put in that cruise at all. Now, I'm going to try what Josh says here, and not put in the fuel, and do the whole LNAV thing, then do the... Did he say do the fuel and the flight level last? I think he did. We'll try that. Yeah, we're going down to Lepa after that. Geneva to Palma will be a nice, another nice flight. Ryanair 20-minute turnaround, James. I think they've had a bit more practice than me, but we'll see what we can do. Let's see, we're leaving our runway 27. We're arriving in runway 23. Okay. 27 it is. Flight plan, where are you? Lopic 1 Papa departure. Lopic 1 Papa departure. No transition. Let's go with that. Insert. LNAV fuel then flight level. Cool. I'm going to try your technique, sir. No, I think Steve went, Delhound. Said he had to go. UN852. To... It's not actually a very long flight plan, this, Morocco. It's actually quite a simple flight plan. To Morocco, insert that. Wowzers. It's a lot of stuff. Morocco to UZ24. To Akito. Interesting. This is probably going to double up on Akito, I reckon. I reckon that's what it's going to do. Morocco to Akito. There we go. Arrival. ILS runway 23. Via the Akito 2 Romeo arrival, which is there. No via. Return. Insert. Yeah, look, it's got a double Akito again, so we'll get rid of one of them. And we'll get rid of that disco. And we'll insert that. And I think we got ourselves a flight plan. Cool. Long time no see. Cake for day. Cake for a day. Right, flight plan. Then we'll do fuel now. So let's go back to the init page. Go to that second page. And we shall bring up the A330 load sheet. See what we got. 360 passengers. That's never going to happen. So we'll leave it on maximum again. Takeoff weight, landing weight, zero fuel weight, 166.691 tons. So zero fuel weight should be 154 at the moment. Okay, so we need to bring in quite a lot more cargo here. Going to spread the weight out a bit this time. 166.691 is where we need to be. Actually, we've not put the fuel in yet. Derp. Should have put the fuel in first. 12.1 tons. Let's go with 12 tons. 157 to 166. That's a lot of cargo. Flipping heck, this is going to be heavy. This is going to be considerably heavier than the last one. That was a quick flight plan. Yeah, it wasn't as long this time. We'll call it 167 roughly, which is about there. That feels like the weight's a bit too far backwards. There we go, 2.4 trim. Sounds good to me. Done and done. Let's get rid of that fuel truck. And then... What? Oh, rip. I just clicked on the wrong one. I just clicked on the GPU instead of the fuel truck. Oh, man. I bet it's just thrown all that way now. I hope like, in the real world, that'd now be, like, full-on rip. But maybe in this thing, it's a bit more forgiving. Oh, thank God for that. In the real world, you'd be like reinitializing everything right now. But then you wouldn't be having to click on that anyway, so you'd be alright. Right, 12 tons, it all looks good. It's cached it. Oh man. That was not good. Let me get rid of the fuel truck. It looks like it loaded anyway for external power, Josh. Right, let's try for flight level 350, see if it'll actually take it. Wow, it actually takes it. Okay, so that does seem to work. Yeah, put in the flight plan, then do the fuel, then do the flight level, and it's happy bunny then. Okay. Let's get... Put that to auto. We are almost ready to rock and roll. Let's get the catering trucks removed. Let's get the baggage trucks removed. They'll start going away. There are advantages of not being entirely accurate, Avis. I completely agree, sir. That lack of accuracy saved my bacon then. There's no doubt about that. There's runway 27, there it is. Hopefully, I think we need to go via Echo 4 taxiway. It's going to be a little bit interesting traversing this. Let's get the APU fired up. Let's get rid of the stairway now. Okay, EHAM, what have we got? Sorry, LSGG, departure airports. EHAM is 1009, which I think we've already got in, which is good. Let's do the perf. Transition is 3000 here. We need to go... Oh, was it 2.3 again, or 2.2? 2.4 flat trim. 1/2.4 up. We'll leave the flex at 50. It's cached all of that as well. I don't know if the relay bus does that or not, to be honest. No, I can't get the jetways to work. I don't know if Josh has worked out how to get those jetways to animate, but I've not managed to figure it out yet. Okay, APU is available. Let's get rid of that ground power now. Let's get the fuel pumps on. Let's get rid of the ground power. And we are pretty much ready here. Awesome. Let's try and figure out where we're going. To 27. I think we're going to have to push ourselves back. We're going to have to push ourselves back this way to the left. So nose left approach. And then in order to taxi down to 27, I believe that's 27 down there. Come on, mouse. Stop behaving weirdly. So here is 27, which is the one that we landed on, but the taxiway is this taxiway here. So what we need to do, it's a bit of a dance, but effectively we need to push back and then taxi to the right, and then we take a left-right. No, we don't. Yeah, we do. Yeah, push back, then take a left-right, straight across that runway, and then join that taxiway there. That's the way that seems to make the most sense. Probably get lost. Scenic Republics needs to use AutoGate, some use it, some don't. Yeah, I think I've got AutoGate running, but I've not seen it actually operate yet, to be honest with you. What the heck? That stairway is in completely the wrong place. It's crazy. Anyway, we are on APU. Let's fire up the beacon and start the engines.
Starting engine 2.
It's not a bad spec machine, to be honest, Chuckle Beans. It's not the best you can get. Not yet, Big Papa. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. So if you leave auto throttle on, like I did, it maxes the power up. Speed brake, rat out, rammer. Wow, we've got all kinds of issues going on here.
Starting engine 1.
Lol. Yeah, it went full toga on me, didn't it? Just clearing the ramp. Just doing it again. Oh, it's settled down now. Okay. Why is it complaining about the speed brake? Ram out, ram out. What's this? Have we got a failure? That should not be orange. Is it saying the speed brake's broken?
Spoilers full.
I think the speed brake's broken, you know.
Spoilers half. Spoilers retracted. Spoilers arm. Spoilers full. Spoilers retracted. Spoilers arm.
Rat out and ram air. I'm actually not sure what that error's for, to be honest. It doesn't sound right you'll take the next plane. I'll tell you why I start the engines like that is because you have to manually mess about with this thing. And I can't be bothered to jump in and out of the cockpit to mess about with it. Ground services. It's a little bit fiddly, this. That's static scenery. Needs retracting. I don't know. I can't even see what's wrong.
Park brake off.
Call the mechanic. We might have to. Nope, that way. Look under the belly. Maintenance would have to retract the rat. Uh-oh. I'm not sure how we fix that. Yeah, I have to control this manually with this thing called the Tugmaster. It's a bit weird. The actual way you do it is a bit weird as well. I'm getting better at it though. Look at that. Like, I'll tell you why it's weird.
Park brake on.
Because if you press that button, no, it starts going forward. And then if you want it to turn left, you press the left button. And then you think, okay, I want you to stop turning left now. So you think, oh, I have to click the left button again to turn it off. No, you have to press the stop button. But you think, if I press the stop button, it's going to stop, right? No. What it does is it cancels the left turn, but leaves the forward on. It's mind-blowingly weird. Right, let's go and get lost somewhere, shall we? Anti-ice not needed, income status check, pitch trim 2.4 set, rudder trim 0. It's all good. Yeah, we still have a rat out and a ram air problem. I don't know how we're going to fix that. Okay, it's all very well saying look under the right wing, but we can't fix it, so... Like, what can I even do to fix this? Can I actually fix it from the menu, maybe? Log sheet, pushback, towing, doors, settings... I don't know. I've no idea how we even fix that. Unless this thing has something in the menu. Sound setting, shape, camera... I don't know. I just hope we can take off with that. Look. Emergency generator fault. There is a fault light on. Thing is, because they don't provide you with, like, any documentation, I don't know how to even fix that. Reset the error as the rat isn't out. How do we reset the error? You've been jarred. I think failures are turned on and it's failed something, but what I don't know is how to turn it off. That's kind of my problem here. Yeah, the overhead's up here, but... Emergency electric power. There's a fault light on there. There's a... Man down something... A man down? Man down! And then there's this thing, which is land recovery. I have no idea what that does. So how do we clear this fault? I don't know. Generally don't know how we clear this fault.
Park brake off.
Turning off the rat in the overhead panel right. Where is it on the right? Can't retract the rat from the cockpit. I can't even work out how to do it from the plug-in either. That's the weird thing. Well, I'm going to go for a takeoff. Whether it's important or not, Isaac, will remains to be seen. Okay, I think we have to hang a left and a right here.
Flaps 1.
The ram air turbine, but who knows how we control it. Provides electricity in the generator in case of generator loss. Hence the fault light, which is that light there. But maybe there was something in ground services that would have let me fix it. Let me have a look actually. Ground handling, control panel. Maybe if it had brought out the van 1. Ambulance. Should we bring out the ambulance next time? Neo plan. Maybe if you bring out one of these, he actually fixes it. I don't know. Battery deploys when the power is lost to the airplane. Small fan that turns generator. I reckon that's because I killed the power. Yeah. Because I deleted the... I turned off the ground power. Maybe that caused it to extend, and then I just needed to reset it or something. But the ground crew would have had to do it. Hmm. I'm in emergency electrical configuration. Beautiful. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Now you're on the error, reloading the plane fixes that. I'm gonna see if we can fly without it. If it suddenly drops out the sky, then I guess not, but we'll see. Okay, let's get the strobes on, let's get the landing lights on. Get all the lights on. Oh crap, which way is it? Have I gone the wrong way? Isn't it a left here? It's that way, isn't it? Man, it's easy to get lost in Schiphol. You're really looking forward to seeing how this works? Dr. Pepper, what's the worst that can happen? Let's clear ourselves up to 6. I don't know, doing continuous flights as well from in the jar, I don't know how that works. It's cached a lot of stuff. Who knows what else it's cached? This could be the shortest flight you've ever seen. Man Flex, SRS. How's that? Have you noticed the flight first officer's not narrating anything anymore? I think he's gone home.
100 knots.
Checked.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate. Okay.
Positive climb.
My screen's just gone off. My nav screen has just gone off completely. Wow. I think I've just been jarred. I've lost the entire nav display? Like, are you serious? Oh wow, I've lost it all? We are officially screwed. Let me see if the autopilot works.
Autopilot 1, cross-check.
Look at this! Like, are you serious, jar design? TO inhibit, takeoff inhibit, fine. The error's gone. Rat out and Ramber's gone green. Emergency generator. Oh man. This is all kinds of broken.
Spoilers disarmed.
I didn't hit the runway. Ripperino.
Gear up.
Do you know what? In all that fun, I'd forgotten to bring the gear up. This is so broken. Like, everything's gone off. It's as if the generator's just given up or something.
Flaps 0.
I don't know how we can even get this back on.
After takeoff checklist completed. Standard baro cross-check. Passing flight level 0.
Turn the APU,
3,
might get some
2.
kind of display back. We'll try. Let's try that. It's worth a punt. Look at that. It's just fully, utterly gone. If we have to burn the APU all the way, we're probably going to run out of fuel. APU is available. Hang on, the fault light's gone out. It fixed itself. But we have no electrical power. There's no lights on, that's the thing. I don't know if we can fix this or not, I'll be honest with you. We've definitely got a fault. Definitely got a fault here. Don't think I can be able to fly this safely all the way down to Geneva without any flipping flight management computer. Small white knob in the nav panel, is it on or off? Try flipping that. Small white knob in the nav panel. Okay, there's a few small knobs on the flight panel. Can you be more specific? The problem is, I don't even know where we're going right now. I have no map. Try cycling the flight director. Nope. Nothing seems to fix it.
Autopilot 1, cross-check.
Where is Schiphol? Land at the nearest airport. Dude, my whole display is gone. I have no idea where I am. Like, completely no idea where I am. I can't even see. Turn the engine generator on and off. I might as well turn the APU off because that's not doing any good. Generator off. Generator on. Doesn't seem to do very much. Where's Schiphol? VFR in a 330. See, normally you'd be getting vectored in right now. See if we can spot... Oh, cloud cover. Seriously, where is Schiphol? Does anyone have any clue which direction Schiphol is? I can't, I'm completely and utterly toast. We can't bring up anything. We can't bring up nearest airport, airfields. Southwest. Southwest, are you sure? We took off from runway, what was it, 27 or 23? 27. So we're heading west. So surely it's back east somewhere. Bus tie switch. What, as in reset that? See local map, good point actually. View, hang on, how do you do this again? Location, local map. Aha. Ahaha. Cool, alright.
Flaps 1.
Let's put it back on the ground. We'll have probably no ILS system. I'm not sure if we've got. Can our landing system line up for this? Maybe, I'm not sure. It's over there somewhere. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, okay. Let's land it. Well, I'll try anyway. Yeah, declare an emergency to whom?
Flaps 2.
You'll laugh if it comes back on when we land. Yeah, I'll laugh as well. Not. Rat equals wrecked at takeoff. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting out of this. This is pretty unexpected. I'm having to use the local map just to see where the heck we are. Whoa, 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 what's it doing? Dump the fuel, uh-huh. It's descending because I told it to descend. You can see I've put it into an open descent. Okay, we're almost ready to align up on 270. VFR landing without any vectoring from the ATC whatsoever. As you do. Does the plane have a control delete? Yeah, you reload the aircraft. That's basically how you do a control delete. Okay, I have VFR.
Flaps 3.
I have visual.
Gear down.
I'll try the landing system. No, we don't get anything. Of course, I can't punch in any ILS frequencies in, so whatever.
Flaps full.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to VFR land it. Flight directors can come off. Do you notice how the co-pilot has said absolutely nothing whatsoever? Dump my fuel. Dude,
2,500.
like, in real life, you can't just dump your fuel here. Like, the best you could hope for is to get flown out to sea, dump the fuel, then come back. And for all that, you'd need to get vectored. You can't just chuck fuel all over the countryside. No, you can't, funny enough. What the heck? What the actual heck? Why is the... I have no idea what is going on.
Spoilers armed.
Why have all my displays become active, including the nav and the MCDU, as I get within like 10 nautical of what the heck is going on? I think it's a program, it's not a bug, I reckon it's programmed to do this. I reckon that failure, that rat failure, is
1,000.
once you get out of range of the airport, it just fails the systems. I'm going to have to land it anyway exactly and just restart the aircraft because it is utterly broken. I bet the landing system works. Or not, because the frequency's wrong, whatever. I'm just going to land it as if the whole system was black. Old school. I'm going to go old school on this. At least the trim's not freaking on me. I should be thankful for small mercies.
500. 400. 300 above.
Continue. Touchdown. Cool. We're back on the ground safely.
Flaps 3, flaps 2, flaps 1.
They're clapping about that because they're thankful for their lives.
Nice landing, sir. Flaps 0, spoilers retracted.
Like a Ted Striker. That was actually a better landing than than the one I did when I got here. Didn't even feel a thing. You wouldn't even spilt your cup of coffee on that one. No, I don't use X55. I use a Thrustmaster Warthog. How to fix the systems? I don't think you can. It's all very well them building failures into the aircraft, but if they don't tell you how to deal with them, what are you supposed to do? Will fit though. Might have to go over here. Yeah, this is still Amsterdam. We had an onboard failure. What the heck? F5. We had some kind of rat failure. Electrical fault and the whole nav display went. Pretty certain that jetway's a bit high.
Park brake on.
Let the passengers off screaming. 77 Mad Mick, 15 months. Thank you, Mad Mick. Ironic lens flare, 1 year anniversary, bro. Thank you, Ironic. That's the jetway for 380. Ah. Right, I'm going to have to reload this aircraft annoyingly. What stand are we on here? We are on stand F. Is that F9? F5. Okay, let's reload this. Thomas Cook. Open aircraft. That should hopefully reset it. Dodgems, have a look at the schedule, dude. Schedule.squirrel.tv. I don't think F5 works. Thanks, Josh. That wasn't a bad little landing. I'd have been a bit screwed without that local map, though. But then in real life, you could have got vectored anyway. I don't actually think I want to be there. I want to be on F5. Okay, it doesn't have an F5. That's awesome. Let's try 5 then. Maybe it should. No, it doesn't have an A or anything. Who knows where the 5 is? I can see where F5 is on the APC chart, but it just calls it 5 in this. So who knows? It was close to a striker, but close to a crash, but Paul Striker saved us. Lol. And the overhead panel on the HUD section on the left side is rat. Yeah, but what do I do to it, Last Hope? I don't know. I mean, in all seriousness, if I'm in flight and I push one of those overhead buttons, it could make it worse without knowing what it does. And there's no documentation to tell me what I should do. I'm in Manchester. Oh, lot. Has it put me back in Manchester? Is that why it did it? Wow, okay. I didn't spot that. I don't know why it did that. So I reload the aircraft and it chucks me back in Manchester. That makes perfect sense.
Park brake off.
That makes perfect sense. Not. EHAM. Apron 1. Wait, what? We can't actually pick a gate. How bizarre. How totally bizarre. Yeah, my expectation was that if I say open the aircraft, it would just put me exactly where I am now, just back in the aircraft. But what it actually does, it gives you the airport code to type in, and I didn't spot that it was still on EGCC. I kind of find that feature a bit weird, to be honest. I would have thought that if you want to change location, you would go to change location. If you want to open an aircraft where you currently are, you just open the aircraft where you currently are. Otherwise, you go for a complete new scenario where you choose the aircraft and the location. That would make sense to me. I didn't select the right airport. What? I just typed in EHAM. Oh, God. I punched in Eham. Was it for me? Was this? LOL. We're at some local air club. Hey boys! We just rocked up in our 330. How y'all doing? Like, that just gives you an idea of how big this aircraft is. Look at that. Brilliant. Right, Eham, go to this airport. Thank you. Is that Eham? What the? Why am I putting in Eham and it puts in Shoreham? What are you doing? What is wrong with this sim? Okay, we can't use F5. Oh, gate F5. Forgotten F5. It's hard to understand how big the aircraft is until you see it next to something else and then you're like, wow. Like you put it next to a 320 or something like that. Try the grass runway of the A330, as if. It searches by airport name, then ICAO code. Oh, that's so dumb. That wing flex was incredible. It is weird, when it spawns the aircraft in, it almost seems to just drop it onto the ground and it kind of goes, ugh, like this. And if you're not careful, it can actually drop you into a bit of scenery and break something. Yeah, third time's a charm. What's wrong with the blue screen? Every time you see a screen like that, normally it says, exception, bug report. Okay, that doesn't look like a beautiful starting point, but yeah, it'll do. Actually, it's not bad. It's not bad. We'll take it. There's a parking brake on.
Park brake on.
Stick the parking brake on. Let's get the batteries going. Let's get the ground handling up. Let's bring in the GPU. Got to load the flight plan and the fuel again. GG game, GG. Set the temperatures. Nav light on. Emergency lights can come on. Oh yeah, it's a line. The ADRs. Let's get those going. Full cold start. Yeah, what time of the day is it at the moment in this game? Date and time. April 13, 1600. Okay, that'll do. It's getting late in the evening, but it's fine. Right, in it. Luckily, this is not a long flight plan, so it shouldn't take me too long to put this in. Line the RSs. Flight number was TCX 451. Cost index 25. Let's go to the flight plan. Let's bring my flight plan up. Barcelona runway 27 at Schiphol. What, you want an engine fire as if we've not had enough drama for one evening? Lopic 1 Papa departure. Insert that. I'm not even going to bother getting all the bits of equipment out. Let's just get off the ground. We'll assume everybody's on board. UN852. You have to have a lot of patience to do flight simming, I tell you. You really do. There's times when you just want to smash your keyboard and go, ah! It's a Morok. UZ24 to Akito. Akito. Insert. Cool. ILS. Maintenance guy said the FO disconnected GPU or something along those lines. I would definitely be tempted to blame it on the first officer. I've got to agree with that. Runway ILS 23. What was the approach? Star Wars Akito 2 Romeo. Which is that one there. No transition. Inserts. That will double up the Akito. So we'll get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Insert that. Job's a good one. Let's load the fuel. I don't know if we need to get the fuel truck in for this or whether that's just cosmetics. Let's find out. Load sheet now. This is a scumbag annoyance. Let's just try that. Yeah, it does actually change the fuel on board, so we don't need the fuel truck. This game needs patience. This game is not for you. It does need a lot of patience, big-headed, and it's not for you. I would agree with that. Let's get a load sheet. Right, we need 12 tons of fuel to max out the passengers. Which appear to be maxed out. And zero fuel weight needs to be 166 tons, and it's currently reading 167 tons. So we'll bring that back a touch. 166.691, that is almost bang on. Okay, 2.5 trim, I think it said. Go back to the init page. Bring that in. 12 tons of fuel, looks good. Cruise was what, 350 was it? Yep, 350. Hopefully it'll take that now. Perf page, we've got a transition of 3000. Flex temperature of 50. It's quite a long runway. Oh god, that always catches me out. Always catches me out. Just accept 50. Why do you have to be so picky? 2.5 on the up. Let me just double check that. I think it was 2.5. 2.5 takeoff trim is good. Can go in that. Get our V speeds. So 140 rotate. Beautiful. Okay. Let's bring it up to 5k. Cockpit preparations, gears, pins, signs. Let's get the EPU on. ADIRs, are they aligned? 3 minutes to alignment, so we have to give that 3 minutes, that's fine. Fuel quantity is set, takeoff data set, barrel reference is 1009, I believe that's correct. Let me have a quick look. EHAM is 100, actually it's gone up, it's 1010 now. Weather's getting better. Wrong flight number, okay. Actually don't care. Genuinely don't care. Right, let's get the pushback truck in here. Let's get rid of this. Where are you, Tugmaster? Call the Tugmaster. Well, flex temperature charts for the plane. Let's calculate the correct flex temperature for takeoff, so just type in temperature. I agree, Baz. There's also software that can do it, and I have neither. But given the size of the runway, pretty certain that flex temp's fine. Why don't you do a long haul? I could do Brofist, except A, I don't have the scenery, and B, if you do long haul, you need to find something else to do in the stream, or just go away and play music. Kind of rather do 60 to 90 minute flights, get more enjoyment, more practice with the aircraft, interact with you guys, don't have to go anywhere. That works better, I think. Right, just before we push back, is there anything else I need to do up here? Signs are all on. Make sure they're in the on position. It's good. Right. So, given where we are, let me just check, because we're actually in a different place now. Push back to the left, and then we'll taxi down to there and go all the way along. It's actually a slightly easier taxi route. Let's lock the pin in.
Park brake off.
We'll push him back straight. Now I actually know how to use this thing while that's going on. We'll put the beacon light on and start engine 2.
Starting engine 2.
Good evening, if you just joined us. A long haul one day would be cool. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it, I'm just explaining why I'm not doing it.
Starting engine 1.
I'm getting slightly better with this little tug thingy. There are no wind walkers on this pushback. This tool only does the tug master, it doesn't do the ground crew. It's not GSX. If there's a GSX equivalent for X-Plane, let me know what it is. Yes, Baz. I just do the old-fashioned technique of about that for flex temperature. The unscientific method. The cost index, James, you generally you can look up for each carrier. Whoa, dude! Dude, you even got a license, bro?
Park brake on.
You mean you broke my nose wheel? Oh, just drive through it. Okay, that's cool.
After
Tell you what,
start
just
checklist
do what you like,
completed.
dude. Let's do that. Okay, let's do the control check.
Full up, check. Full down, check. Full left, check. Full right, check. Pedal full left, check. Pedal full right, check. Flight control check completed.
Okay, flight 5,000 done. Let's bring that down.
Spoilers arm. Flaps 1.
There's arm flaps 1. Auto brake on maximum. We are all good. Tax lights.
Park brake off.
Let's go. No, I'm not a pilot. I'm a streamer. Why do you have to learn X-Plane? What is, as example, Boeing X-Plane difference to the Boeing and FSX? Same controls. Well, this is an Airbus, but... Yeah, the thing is, like, a 737 is a 737, right? More or less. But even within that, there's differences. But the problem is, whoever develops the simulated version of the 737 does it differently. Like, they'll implement it more or less how the real aircraft is, but there'll always be differences and bugs. So you have to kind of learn some stuff. Like, this jar design version's got its own little things that you have to learn. You come off. What else to put the actual that's interesting. How did that even work without fuel pumps? I guess they didn't implement that bit. Duck Nilch, 2-month support. Thank you, Duck. Oh yeah, because we've actually reset the aircraft as well. Let's turn that stupid thing off. head shake and go and do one. What aircraft am I doing next? After this flight, we'll be in the same thing. I like how we get all the lighting effects now on X-Plane because it's getting to like late evening. Hopefully the approach into Geneva is going to look pretty tasty. For the final flight into Palma de Mallorca, I've actually taken a slightly rerouted version so that we'll fly over Menorca and then we'll kind of come down the east side of Mallorca and then we're going to do a landing onto the I can't remember the exact runway. It's the northeast runway, which means we're approaching from the sea. So I did that because we'll get a beautiful view of Palma. Definitely more scenic. We're currently at Schiphol Junior, but don't use caps, dude. Nutslammer doesn't like it. I wish I could look out the wing view and steer while I'm here. Okay, normally you'd have to stop at this point and get permission to cross the runway, but I know for a fact there are no aircraft flying or moving around on the ground because I'm not on the network. Yep, we're flying to Geneva. LSGG. Yeah, you can collide with any objects you like, Mr. Spliff. Including buildings, trees, lampposts, whatever. LSGG. This scenery is so well done though. You love the sunset flights, me too, Charge Cookie. What about other aircraft, Epic Felix? The thing is, like, aircraft are complicated, and it takes time to learn each one, you know? You can't just go, oh, I think I fancy flying a, you know, just go down the menu, that one today, and just jump in it and off you go. It's not quite like that in Flight Sim. Like, you can kind of get away with it on Train Sim for most of the trains, but Flight Sim, nah. Yeah, Spliff, you need to calm things down a little bit though. Right, we are approaching the runway. Let's get the strobe lights on. Let's get the landing lights on. Let's get all the lights on. Crew advised. Auto throttle is armed. Flight directors are on. 5K is set. No blue. TCAS. To go to TAR8. Packs are not on. We are good. Hopefully, my navigational systems will stay on this time. Plant Flex SRS.
knots.
Checked.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Positive climb. Gear up.
We are out of that. Bye-bye, Skipple. It's got a lot more cloudy as well.
Autopilot 1, cross-check.
Right, engage autopilot, so have a quick look out of the window. There's like some cracking scenery. Look at that. Check this thing's working okay in here.
Standard Barrow cross-check. Passing flight level 022. After takeoff checklist. Complete. Flaps 0.
These airports are real, dude. Not only they're real, they're very, very accurately done. Do you read the safety information and watch the safety video on the airplane? I don't bother because I kind of fly regularly enough to know what to do anyway. But yeah, I suspect most people wouldn't know what to do. Let's get a better view. Where can you get that A330? You need to go to the X-Plane store. Buy it there. However, when you've bought it and you've downloaded it, go to the Jar Design forum and download the latest version from that, because they've fixed a lot of issues in it. You need to make sure on the latest build of the Jar Design website. It's better immersions if you're in P3D. It has, I think a lot of it's the frame rates, and also the lighting is really good. Particularly the cockpit lighting. Into the clouds, scumbag! It was nice and clear. Oh man. Okay. Let's get rid of the spoilers. We'll leave the seatbelts on for now until we get out of this cloud. Although once we get out of this cloud it'll be nice and sunny, so that's nice. Check everything's cleaned up. Looks okay to me. I'm good, Andros, how are you? No, I agree, Steve. I'd like them to not have that smoke out the engine. I'd like them to just have the thermal effect. I don't think the smoke adds anything to it, and I think it's very misleading. I'd prefer it if they kind of changed it so that... let's go to 4 clear. Let's pretend that we're getting clearance up. I prefer it if they just use the smoke if you've got like an engine fault or a fire maybe. There goes that interesting window heat bug again. And the real Airbus, it doesn't do this, of course. But yeah, you can see just how much in the middle of clouds we are right now. Passing 10k. And the lights come off. I don't know, Genius Sherlock. I kind of... I need to get in the right mood for something, and like at the moment I'm because I've got my X-plane up and running and I've figured this aircraft out a bit now. I kind of enjoy doing this, whereas train sim I need to get in the mood for and think, oh, I fancy driving that train, and then I'll go and do train sim. That way I want to be like enjoying what I'm doing, so if I don't feel in the mood for it, there's no point me playing it, because it'll come across on the stream, you know. Flex temp charge that came with your A330. Yeah, Baz, if you could bung them over, that'd be really useful. Thank you. There's actual black exhaust that comes from the aircraft on climb up the pole, even though I don't like it either. That's interesting. Why is that? Why would Rolls-Royce make an engine that chucks out black soot? How long have we had Doyle? He's about 5.5, I think, coming up for 6 now, probably, this year. You're probably going to go about Armstrong Powerhouse out on site, you train something. I would guess. Oh man. Stop it, I hate this. If you use mouse wheel zoom and track IR at the same time, it can get interesting. That's all I'm saying. Flight level 350 is punched in. 46 nautical miles until we reach top of climb. And we'll let the... oh man. Passengers have a little stroll around now. Begin serving the in-flight meal. You want a nodding Doyle dog? So do I. So do I, sir. Okay. Let's turn the volume down a touch. Wait, what? Just leave the VORs on. Passenger view hype. What's on the menu, Epic? I don't know. Some of you guys are normally charged with the task of doing the cabin crew, serving meals and drinks. Foreign post that you made a few ages ago about some good add-on sites, train sim. Okay, the thing is, it's like impossible for me to keep track of all the stuff. Like, people write to me all the time going, you should try this, you should try that, you should do this. It's impossible to remember, it really is. See you later, Ashrod. Oh, rip. Brussels EBR scenery. Okay. I thought my sim was gone rip then. So what's happened is we must have flown near the Brussels scenery, and as it's loaded it in, it's found an error, which is okay. I think the Brussels one is a free scenery, so it probably means I'm missing one of the. Let me explain something to you, right? Let me explain while we're in the passenger view, because it's quiet and doesn't have track IR. With X-Plane, you get like a lot of free scenery, and there's two things. There's scenery and meshes. Okay, so the meshes are like the terrain definitions and the textures. So they're like, when you look on the ground and you can see the texturing, that's the mesh, right? And the elevations and all that, that's the mesh. The scenery is everything that sits on top, which can be everything from trees, houses, buildings, you know, warehouses, barns, like anything like that, including the airports. The airport's classed as scenery as well. Now, there's a lot of stuff that you can get for free on X-Plane, a lot of sceneries that you can get for free. but almost all of them will depend on other free scenery libraries. Like there are people that have built scenery libraries that contain trees and buildings and signs and, you know, road markings and all kinds of other bits and pieces. And when somebody builds a free airport, what they do is they use the free scenery libraries that they find to drop in the different bits and pieces, and then they'll say, right, in order to use this scenery pack, you also need to have these other free scenery packs. Now what happened then is we flew over Brussels, and clearly something, it tried to load something that it doesn't have. So I probably have it. I might have moved it into my inactive folder, but I need to check the log after and just check what that is. Just be aware of that though if you're going down the X-plane route. Okay, let's go to the A330 settings, disable the FPS message. Why did you stop your ONSA videos? I didn't, dude. The last video, in fact, the last video was a truck simulator, Trucking Diaries. The one before that was a X-plane. Sorry, yeah, an X-plane. And then the two before that were OMSI videos. So how can you say that I stopped OMSI videos? Curtis2324, 16 months. Thank you, Curtis. It's not so bad, Winzarton. It's not really hell. It's just, like, once you've brought... There's only about 8 to 10 of them. Once you've got them, pretty much most scenery packs use them anyway, so it's fine. Is Discover Great Britain dead, Junior Sherlock? Kind of looks that way. Let me have a look at LSGG while we're here. Geneva. Let's see, we're coming down into runway 23 on the Akito to Romeo approach. I'll bring up runway 23 Akito, there we go. It's much better than Jardizan A320. Martin, did you know that you can get the updated nav from Jardizan, which has the same software as this? So if that's your problem, you should be able to fix it. Wow, that cloud cover. God save the king. I'll try and carry on with that TMCN. I need to go through some questions. Let's see. There's 2-3 is here. Must be another approach chart. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find... trying to find the approach chart to see if there's any kind of weird restrictions on altitude. There's bound to be somewhere. ILS runway 23, 109.9. Aha, yeah, there's a 7,000... Yeah, there's a 7,000 foot limit until you reach the lake, effectively, and then you start your descent. 7,000 transition altitude, flipping heck. And we need to... Wow, yeah, you start your approach at 7,000. That's insane. That is genuinely crazy. That's going to be fun. Baz, so where shall I put send that flex temp charts? Also, do you need an explanation of how to use them? Because that one is only included in 340 docs, but it's the same procedure for every Airbus. I might have those from my Aerosoft Airbus docs, I'm guessing, Baz. But maybe a paragraph explaining it might get me into the swing of it, or just tell me where to look in the Aerosoft docs. Probably the best thing, Baz, maybe just Twitch message me or email the mailbox, whichever's more convenient. You can always put it in like your Dropbox or something and just send me a link, maybe. A Q&A stream. I think every stream's a Q&A stream. How do you say your name? S-Rotide. Every stream's a Q&A stream, in a way. People ask me questions all the time. 9 nautical miles top of climb, we're almost there. Scroll down here. There we go. Almost there. H Wall likes me. I'm not really sure what you're spamming there. Why don't you use SkyMax Pro? Okay, so what? Let's see. What you mean? This SkyMax Pro here? That one? What makes you think I don't use it? Rotide, okay. Should you get X-Plane if you already own FSX Steam Edition? That's not really an easy question to answer. Hey, throttle down. We're now in cruise. Cool. It's editors backwards. What? Oh right, you put editors UK but you reversed it. Fair enough. What game after this flight? The sleep game. The bed game. The one where I stop streaming and go and sleep. We're playing that game. He was looking at Vanilla X playing Clouds. I thought he was looking at Vanilla. No. They're it's SkyMax Pro that's being fed by an add-on called, what's it called? NOAA Weather. So it's telling it what to display, basically. You're going to play that game as well, Snuggles. Do you stream in your dreams? I haven't noticed that I have. I might have done, but I'd be dreaming, wouldn't I? So I wouldn't necessarily know. Okay, everything looks fine this time. There's top of descent, there's top of descent. 1548. It's going to be nice when we come out down into Geneva. It's going to look so good. Just hope we get to see more of the Alps than this. This is horrendous weather. The mod list would be handy to have as an app. Dude. How does that work? How am I going to make the mod list into an app? And how am I going to keep that up to date? What does toga mean? Take off and go around. It basically means full power. How long does it take to learn all these buttons and switching? Happy frame. I think it varies for everybody. But you can't learn it all in one go. You have to keep coming back to it. You kind of have to try and learn the essential systems, and then, like, if you watch like some of my early plane FSX videos, you'll see me making mistakes left, right, and centre. What you tend to do when you're learning something, or what I do, and I think what most people do, is they mimic first and then understand later. So people will say to you, push this button, then that button, then do this, then do that, and you'll go, okay, I need to push this button, push that button, do this, then do that, and they learn it. Yeah, they don't know why they're doing it, particularly on the overhead panel. Like the overhead panel in a Boeing or something, you just have to look at like all the packs and the bleeds and like, what? I don't get this. Well, I'll just do this because I've been told to do this. And that's what gets you through. You know, you copy it. And then later on, you can start reading around it, and then you'll come to understand it. Then you understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. And then you can start to adjust it and go, okay, so I'm not meant to do that until I've done this. And that's how you learn. You have to gradually pick it all up. Hey, let's fly to Europe. How are you doing, sir? Hey, CD Nav, how you doing? I'll try not to fly into the Alps. I think that's why we've got a minimum 7,000 foot restriction until we hit the lake. But the lake approach is lovely. I love flying into Geneva. However, I think the Geneva airport is quite uneven. I've got a feeling it like really undulates quite a lot, so I think we're going to have a bit of a bouncy time. You don't get that on FSX and P3D because every runway is just like a billiard table. No, each aircraft does not come with a learning guide at Xeon. Sadly, each developer has different levels of documentation. But if you get a good one, you can get some really good documentation. Mash the panel and hope for the best. Yeah, good luck with that. A legit billiard table, absolutely. Let's have a look at the local map. See where we are. This is quite a cool feature of X-Plane. Like, I really like this. We could actually see EBFS. Cologne and Bonn is up there. It's Cologne, flipping heck. Maastricht is up there. Luxembourg. Low on routes, high on routes. Oh wow. Never even played with this very much before. Textured. Are you kidding me? This thing is crazy. What? Are you joking me? Are you joking me? What has that just done? Wow. I don't mind admitting, my heart skipped a beat. I was actually thinking we were done then. I was like, what is it doing? I think it was just loading the scenery back in. I had this awful feeling that I'd done something that was going to make me, I don't know, load into a different part of the world. I was like, no! you choose textures, it tends to reload when exiting the map. Okay. Let's not do that again. I felt like it moved my camera down when it did that. That's weird. Explain may not crash, but it sure makes you think about it. I didn't think it had crashed, Martinez. I just had a feeling that it was about to maybe relocate me on the map. Like, you know when I clicked on it and it put that dial, I was thinking, is it just going to, like, spawn me there? And then I was thinking, if it does that, this is going to completely blow the jar design out the water. How long is it till you land down at Geneva? Let's see. Well, top of climb is there. Essentially, if you look at this, right, 15:25 is the local time in the aircraft, and 16:10 is the arrival, is like when we're going to be at the airport, which means 45 minutes till we get to the airport. And if you want to look at top of descent, which is here, 15:48, so in roughly what, 25 minutes we're going to start our descent down, and then we'll be there in 45. However, it looks like the cloud layers are cleaning up, so we're actually going to see some scenery, which is nice. You can move the plane on the local map, so don't drag it unless you want to. Exactly, Avery. So I had a feeling it would let me, and that's why I was really worried. Look at that! Is it a full moon tonight? What an insane view! You'll take a shower. See you in a bit. I think now would be a good time to get Dolly in, don't you? Actually, I've got a feeling... Oh, she's not worked tonight. Can we have a Doyle visit, please? Now would be a good time to get Dolly in. Alt-T to make your sim run times 2 times 4 times 8. Well, we could speed it up, but then... if he was on VATSIM or something, we couldn't, so... Can't see a full moon, it's dark outside, lol. You see out both windows if we do that. Next full moon is April the 22nd. Why has it got a full moon in there then? I've got it selected as today's date, so that's a bit weird. First Officer Doyle. I like it, Curly. Oh, the light's gone on. Can only mean one thing. Lord Doyle has arrived. No, Lord Doyle's not arrived. But don't let him go dig in. I don't want covered in mud. Is he eating snacks today, I wonder? Come on, boy. Is he wet? Come on then. Come on. Oh, come and say hi. Come and say hi, pal. Now, don't touch any of the flight controls, okay? Because, you know, I don't want anything bad to happen right now. Dude. Don't spit it on my leg. Do you not want it? Just say you don't want it next time. You don't need to just like put it in your mouth and go. That's not nice. I get that you don't want to snack. Stop looking away from me. You're such a diva, aren't you? Don't look at me like that. Say hi to everyone. Look, you can be saying hi to your brother. Look at that. Right, you want to go then? A short and sweet visit. Need to take my headphones with him. You better not. Are you serious? Are you serious? Well, here we can have that one as well. Doyle's just like eating his snacks. He's eating his snacks now. Like the one that he spat on the floor, I just chucked on the floor and he ate it. He just doesn't want to eat it on camera now. Like he's become food shy on camera. Don't be giving him any more. Wow. Scumbag Doyle. No schmackos today. That's so weird. How's the pig? He destroyed it. About an hour after we gave it to him, I brought it back and showed you in like 2 big pieces. He absolutely mauled it. The same day that we gave it to him. And I said to somebody on stream, I said, I told you it would happen, but people voted for Doyle to have it. Mrs. tweeted you her dog doing the same. Hang on, let me check my Twitter feed here. One second. Wait, man has tweeted me oh my god. My rubbish A330 Doyle airline skin. Look at the state of that. He just slapped on the Doyle emote all down the side of it. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Your Westie has a pink piggy. Well, that one. Can we actually see that on camera? Can you see that? I'm just about to see that, can't you? How come your piggy's not destroyed? Why is mine destroyed and yours isn't? Just got these for your dog, schmackos. I'm just looking through my Twitter feed. I can't show you the skin, it's on Twitter. I'd have to fire up the browser, I'm not risking it. GPU load 50%. This thing's taking 50% of my GPU. Like, why can't it take the other 50% as well and do something better? 4 gigabytes of memory being used. That gives you an idea of the kind of texture I'm loading right now. You missed your home airport. What, as in Eham? You missed it 3 times. You missed my landing at it. Actually, wait. You missed my landing at it. You missed my takeoff. Then you missed my emergency landing, and then you missed the final takeoff. So you actually missed 4 times. No, it's not the last flight. We've got a final flight from Geneva down to Palma de Mallorca, but that's a shorter flight. Mr. Roskell with 3-month support. Thank you, Mr. Roskell. Baz, okay, I sent you a Twitch message regarding anything you need for Flex. Let's see if you understand it and can actually generate a correct temperature for the next flight, or I'll do it if you give me the needed data. Alright, Baz, it's a deal. A wing view hype. Oh, I wonder what that river that is, though. Why an emergency landing? There's a lot of flights coming. Because we lost... there was like a fault in the RAT, which is the ram air turbine, which meant it didn't generate enough electricity, and then it knocked out like all my nav displays. So that went black. All of the MCDUs went black. This all went black, like everything. The only thing that was left was that, which basically meant I couldn't program on nav anywhere at all. So we did an emergency landing, and then as I approached the airport, it came back on again, but we landed anyway. Without any ILS, LNAV or anything like that, I just went, greased it. Okay. 27 nautical. It's a Pogol. Okay, I think we're about 13 minutes away from top of descent. Whoa. That's not good. Okay, I think X-Plane's gone rip. That's not good at all. That's not good at all. Bye-bye, X-Plane. Wow. Are you genuinely kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Why is my NVIDIA driver being so annoying? For God's sake. That is so annoying. No, I don't want to visit the support website. Go away, NVIDIA. That is actually annoying. Like halfway through a nice long flight, and then that happens. NVIDIA, what the heck? And that is not even on the latest. I was only using 4 gig of RAM, 50% GPU. Like, what the heck? Temperatures at 57 degrees, it's fine. It's some weird driver problem. I don't know what's going on. The latest version is bugged. That one doesn't appear to be doing much better either. Now I have to find Python process and kill it. Oh, that is scumbaggery. That is pure scumbaggery. Do you see what I mean when I said to you, you have to have a lot of patience when you do simulation? This is what I meant. Captain Jack, so Paul, how much of a chocolate is left after your family dissipated the box? Birthday box is coming along nicely. Sorry about the diet, lol. They've eaten quite a few bags of stuff, I'll be honest with you. Captain Jack. What do we do here? I'm not going to do that whole thing again unless we can speed it up, but I don't fancy taking off. It's 10 o'clock. Let's try and land in Geneva or something like that. Let's spawn in at Geneva. And maybe we'll do like a 10-mile out approach into Geneva or something. Man, that's annoying. AMD card hype. Steady on, Bri. We're not that desperate. Right from Luxembourg to Geneva. I haven't done a flight plan for it though. That's annoying. That's so annoying. Like a massive amount of time invested into getting to that point, and then boom. For no reason. I can't even see. I'm monitoring the graphics card, and there was just no problem. Fly from Lyon to Geneva. Thing is, we have to punch in all the flight plan, then, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of effort. I'd have to do a flight plan for it as well. I've no idea how much fuel we need. Dark Creeper, I'm just curious, what program do you use to see CPU temperatures and GPU temperatures? There's a program called GPU-Z, which is this thing here. Oh, can't bring it on screen at the moment, apparently. I'll show you in a second when it'll let me. GPU-Z, it's called. It's like a free tool that monitors the graphics card. For the CPU, I just use Task Manager, but I can use the Asus ones that come with the motherboard if you want to monitor the onboard temperatures and stuff. Most motherboard manufacturers give you software that lets you monitor that. It's a short flight VFR, it. What, from where? From Luxembourg or Lyon? I don't even have airport scenery for Lyon.
We are on the ground, sir. Are you okay?
Yes, we're okay. Apart from the stupid thing keeps crashing, but apart from that, it's fine. Yeah, I'll bring in that GPU-Z now. There you go. So it's GPU-Z. It shows you the memory load, the memory use. 5.5 gig? What the heck? Okay, so that's just gone through the roof. That shouldn't be 5.5. Well, that's Geneva. Let's see if we can...
Starting engine 1. Starting engine 2.
We'll fire it up and then see if we can do a 10 nautical mile final into here. Just advance the time of day a little bit as well. Man, I've got to get to the bottom of this bug. Is it going to fully configure that? Okay, it looks like it configured it. It actually started everything but didn't clean up properly. External power's available? What? That's a complete lie. Did you miss the landing? Yeah, there wasn't a landing. Let's see. LSGG, runway, was it 23 we're going in on? I think it was. 10 nautical mile approach, let's try that. We'll fly it manually and get a look at the scenery. Oh god.
Passing flight level 035.
Okay. GG. Well, I am pulling up. Stupid thing. Seriously?
100 above.
What's the point in bringing 10 miles out and then just...
Up. 500.
This doesn't seem to work very well.
Flaps 1.
Okay. Not sure if we can actually do this or not. Shut up. It spawned us in at 3,400. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this thing to work. Flight director. Can't arm the autopilot for some reason. It's locked in toga. Why is it locked in toga? Thing is, I don't even know what trim it's set. You see, I have to unpause it just to do anything. It's not locked in toga, it's locked in climb.
Sync rate. Speed. Up. Speed. Speed.
It has no speed, that's the problem. It spawns me in with no speed. That's stupid. That is genuinely stupid. It spawns you in with a 0 velocity, so the aircraft goes like that, and then at 3,400 it has no way of recovering.
We are on the ground, sir.
So that doesn't work. Okay, what I'm going to do is spawn in at runway 23 right. You can't recover from that. It's on a 0 speed, and you can't get the speed up on a 330 that quick.
Gear down. Park brake off. We are on the ground, sir. Are you okay?
I would be if you could load some scenery, please. I think we need to give it a better time to load. Actually, it's put me on a field. This is going well. Geneva. Runway 23.
Gear down. We
There
are
we
on
go.
the ground, sir. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm happy as Larry. Tell what we're going to do. We're going to take off out of here, circle round, and come back onto 2-3 and get a look. Yeah, I was on the grass runway. 2-3 right.
Park brake on.
Take off and touch. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off out of 2-3 here. Then I'm going to. We'll stay at like 5,000. We'll go up to 7k. Then we'll do a loop right round and then come back around and land, just so that we get a bit of a look at it. Thing is, I'm just watching the memory usage right now. It's on 5.5 gigabytes out of 6, which is pretty high. It's making me think that when it's got... I think what might have happened is as we approached the Alps and it tried to load the ultra high def scenery, I think it ran out of memory. And that's what crashed it. That's my current theory. I need to look into that one a little bit more. Let me just clean up after this thing. If you can come off. It didn't even arm the emergency lights. What a scumbag.
Flaps 1. Spoilers armed.
Okay. We're going to go for 7,000. Interesting. Can't actually do a heading select at this altitude apparently. Okay, we'll just do that when we get up there. Dave M84, thank you very much for 16 months support. Resub hype. Thank you, Dave.
Park brake off.
Wait a sec, wait a sec. Why have we got that weird... Oh my god. Why have we got that error again? What the heck? Do you remember that rat out problem we had? We've got it again, look. Which means when I take off, I'll probably lose all navigation. Ugh.
Power set.
I've got a feeling it's kept all of my flight programming. It's even got a flex temperature stored. Look how bouncy Geneva is, look at this. It's got to be the most uneven runway, like this isn't even safe. Oh my god. That is literally going to break the nose gear. Wow.
Standard Barrow cross check. Passing flight level 018. Autopilot 1 cross check.
Okay. It's gone green now. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, to be honest.
Need to check, sir, if everything is okay with the light.
As if that's the most important thing right now. The lights. Okay, why have you cancelled AP?
Autopilot 1 cross check. Autopilot 1 cross check.
Okay, this is freaky. It keeps cancelling the AP, look.
Autopilot 1 cross check.
It's just not having it.
Autopilot 1 cross check.
I think it's still got a flight plan punched in.
Autopilot 1 cross check.
This is unbelievable. This is so bugged. This is so bugged.
After takeoff checklist completed. Flaps 0.
I'm just going full toga into a mountain by the look of it. It's refusing to... Look, there goes the nav. That... That's the rat error again. I know my speed's too low, but here's the problem, right? I gauge AP and then it cancels it. Okay, now we're in Togalot, which is awesome. This thing has got some serious bugs. This is unbelievable. Pretty much on manual everything right now. This is not an X-Plane problem, dude. This has nothing to do with X-Plane. This is all about this aircraft. Let's try again.
Autopilot 1 cross check.
It's even ignoring my altitude. Like, I'm saying I want 7k and it's just flying straight past 7k. Look at what I've punched in here. I've said I want 7k and I want 240. Look at the speed. It's punching it all the way past 300. It's completely ignoring my request. Okay, screw that. It's just doing what it feels like now. Alt button, I think, is an altitude hold, I think. Claire Cross Track, 7 months support. Thank you, Claire. I think what's going on, right, is because when it loaded the aircraft back in, it seems to have loaded in a whole bunch of nav data, I think, but I can't check that anymore anyway. The bottom line is, whenever I autopilot it, I think it's trying to fly the flight plan, which is completely broken. It's just not doing what I'm asking it to. Dude, I had the autopilot on. It keeps... Did you not see what happened? I put the autopilot on and it just went way past my speed that I'd set and did its own thing. It just went full toga on us. Oh, there's been some fun, Matt. There's been some real fun. Can you see the nav displays there, Matt? It's behaving beautifully. Right, so I'm going to... Not that I can see where we're heading. I have no information whatsoever. Yep, the entire logic has indeed broken. So if I reduce that to 220 and then engage autopilot, auto throttle, autopilot.
Autopilot 1, cross check.
See, look, you see how it's doing a full flight direct to flight? It shouldn't be. Right, so we're back in the climb detent. And I swear it's about to go full toga. We'll find out. There you go. I'm requesting 206. It's ignoring 206. It's just utter rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. It's got itself into a state where it just ignores everything you ask it to do. That's the bottom line. So, no nav, no autopilot, no MCDU. It's going great. Full manual throttle. Left click the speed it's not enunciated on the FMA. Okay.
Autopilot 1, cross check.
What are you expecting this to do, Matt? Look, I'm pulling out the open descent. Fine, we've got an open descent to 5k. Plane's going nuts. It's going absolutely nuts. Make sure in the climb detent with the AT on. then right click the speed and dial. Yeah, look, see, we are in. It was in, so it just moved. Climb D10. For God's sake. See, I'm pulling that all day long. Look what the power's doing. Look at that speed. It's just going full toga every time. Nothing I do makes any difference. But hey, the scenery's good, right? You broke it. Cat, you don't even know the half of it. Okay, we can see where we are now. This thing is broken. Beyond broken. Try putting it in your MCDU. Okay. Wait. I can't. I don't have one. Reset my flight director. Okay, we'll turn it off and on again. Do you think that's done any good? Okay, I just clicked it.
Autopilot 1, cross-check.
So I'm masking it. Put the climb D10 back in and it just goes full toga. It's just a whole world of nope. Anything lit on the overhead panel. So we had a rat warning there. Rat out and rammer, which knocks off all the electricity systems here. And everything else has just gone to pot, but there's nothing on the overhead at all. Overspeed. Just throttle down. It's getting confused between climb and idle. Keep it in idle and put the auto throttle on. As in throttle back completely. Is that what you're saying? As in pull the throttle all the way back and put the auto throttle on. Is that what you're saying? Put the auto throttle in, set speed higher, see if it tries to come up to speed.
Autopilot 1, cross-check.
Every time I pull the speed knob out, it just wants to go full toga. I think it's trying to fly a flight plan. I think it's still trying to fly like a cached flight plan or something. If I bring the throttle in now, you watch. It'll go way over that requested speed. Push into toga because the auto throttle's armed, then from toga back to climb to activate your AT. Nope, doesn't make any difference. It's just rip. Yeah, it's not an undulating at all. I know. It's utterly broken. Utterly broken. And now I'm doing 300 knots, which is not good. And the only way I can see where we're going is on the local map, or to just follow the lake. That did work, watch the top left. Yeah, I saw it go to Toga and then climb, but for some reason it just wants to belt it out of there. No matter what I select on that panel, it just goes, I'm going to do what I like. We shall find... The thing is, watch this, right? When I get within about 10 nautical of this airport, I bet you all these systems come alive again. There seems to be some weird bug. Now, I'm not going to do that, Matt, because it's going to toga me again and bring my speed back up, and I'm trying to get it down right now. I think it's 100% nailed.
2,500.
Wait, what? 2,500? 2,500? What are you working on, pal?
Flaps 1.
Let's get a little bit of drag going on. This is not going to be easy to land whatsoever. Going way too fast. You've never tried to VFR in a 330? I've never tried to manual throttle VFR in a 330, so this is going to be fun,
Flaps
right?
2. Gear down.
You watch my first officer complain about the lights. Sir, there seems to be something wrong with the lights.
Flaps 3.
Well, the landing lights are on. Whatever.
Flaps full.
Manual everything right now. Actually, funny enough... Oh, there it is. Told you. As soon as we get... Look at that. The whole... Look at that. If that's not a bug, I don't know what is. Like, how does that even work? How do you suddenly get all your systems back when you're getting in an airport? I'll never know. Land with the next 3 minutes. Matt, something's going to happen with the next 3 minutes. It's either a landing, a crash, or your potatoes are going to burn. One of the two. Brilliant jar design.
Hundred above.
Oh, we'll continue. This is going to be close.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, retard.
Spoilers full.
Welcome to the bounciest runway in the world. This runway shouldn't even be legal. It's like a giant bouncy castle.
Next landing should be good, sir.
Yeah. I'll try to do better on my next landing. Fully manual in a 330 and on VFR. Yeah. Sir, you left the lights on. When you say check the settings, what do you mean? You want to replay? You actually want to replay on that? Oops. Forgot to clean up. My bad.
Spoilers retracted. Spoilers arm. Flaps 3. Flaps 2. Flaps 1. Flaps 0.
Flaps, flaps. Should have put the taxi light on as well. There's a lot of aircraft here. Whoa! Do you see that car? You want to see the bouncing? Alright, well I'm going to reload this thing anyway, so let's just put it here.
Park brake on.
And go for a... do we pause and then go replay?
Flaps full.
Speed, speed, speed.
Okay, let's go external.
500.
Oh, really? Do I have to unpause it just to get the audio? This thing has gone nuts.
Flaps full.
Speed, speed.
This runway is so unlevel. Manually throttling and airbusing is interesting.
30, 20, 10, 5.
Ouch. Look at it. Look at that. Look at the compression. That is just crazy. It always goes toggle after replay. It's a nice GR feature. Not only that, but we've got that stupid master caution light.
Next landing should be good, sir.
Yeah. I'll try to do better next time, dude.
Flaps 3. Park brake on. Flaps full.
Speed,
300.
speed, speed.
I want to see what the passengers saw. That scenery is epic. It's just a shame that the gel design isn't epic.
300. 100 above. 200.
Watch the landing wheels. Look at that. Just look at that. That runway is insane. Is that even how Geneva is?
landing should be good, sir.
Next landing, I'm going to throw him out of
Flaps
the door,
3, park
sir.
brake on.
Right, let's reopen the aircraft and see if we can get a bit of luck here. That, I don't know, you can get the jar design into a state where it's just unrecoverable. And that's what just happened. Just turn the terrain option off. Oh my god. What do you mean, Edward, turn the terrain option off? As in what? Just turn off all the runway terrain? Don't know what you mean, dude. Right, LSGG. Let's pick a gate, any gate.
Park brake off.
That's not a good gate. Let's pick a better one. Oh, it's not so bad. It's a bit too big. Not really sure they can take a heavier, to be honest. I like these this here, these little round ones. That's quite cool. Runways follow terrain contour off, you mean? Where do you do that? Which option is that in? Because I might have to do it for this airport because it's absolute full-on insanity. That is Terminal 16. Let's go. Stand 16. Let's go there. You turn that off, you'll have flat runways. Where do you do that, Edward? That's the only bit missing now.
Park brake on.
In your rendering options. Okay. 3D bump maps, draw vectors, dim, draw, runways follow terrain contours, off. Let's try that. Let's see why that's a terrain option. A rendering option. Is that going to like... That looks like it's still following that to me. That's not fixed it. You have to reload to make it work. Really? What? As in reload X-plane? Dang. Okay. Requires a sim restart. The thing is, I really like having uneven runways, but that one was just, you know, a bit stupid, I think. Geneva's like, hey! Okay, we're reloading to Geneva. Plot a flight plan down to Palma de Mallorca. Hope we don't get any crashes, and should be a nice flight as long as it all stays together. I like undulations, but that bounciness is, it's just all kinds of wrong. Why would any runway on the planet follow terrain contours? It wouldn't, gamer, that's true, but no, you know, runways are not like billiard tables. They do undulate a bit, but if it got too much, they'd have to flatten it out. And the thing is, if you get up in like the VFR type landings, if you notice up in the mountains, they do tend to follow the terrain because they're basically nothing more than a grass strip. But commercial aircraft, no, it would be flat. It'd have to be. Thank you and welcome, Hataliti. Don't know how to say your name. How long left? One more flight. Let's get my third flight plan up. Which is from... We're going runway 23 into runway 06 right. No, runways are not flat, absolutely. Usually runways aren't too bumpy, but having the HD Mesh V3 add-on helps a lot. Living Food, I have the HD Mesh 3 add-on here at Geneva. for the whole, like, the Swiss sector. I have HD Mesh 3. But as you can see, it's crazy. I've heard of it, High Flyer, but nothing more. I've not seen any more details of it yet. Come on, get loading. Guys, if there's an admin in the stream, just let him enjoy himself. I mean, he probably just wants to watch. Here we go. Okay, why is it raining here? Select Global Airport. LSGG and stand... Oh, what was it? Was it stand 16?
Park brake off.
That'll do.
Park brake on.
Right, now to get the time of day. Let's go to system time and then bring it back to about 18:30 local. There's the sun. It's about an hour's flight. I want to have a nice landing. Here we go. Right, let's get the ground handler up. Let's get the GPU. The battery's going. Nav lights on. And first thing I'm going to do is check I don't have a rat error over here, because rat errors, I've learned, are pretty nasty. Where are we now? Geneva. We are at Geneva. We're about to punch in the whole flight plan. That's where we are. Yeah, the sounds are from SoundMax, correct. LSGG over to LEPA. Oh, overhead. Land the IRS. Flight number is TCX451. Baz, okay, I'm set up for your flight calculation. All I need from you is your actual takeoff weight. And you must set flaps 1 plus F for takeoff. Runway is long enough to do that. Takeoff weight, Baz, is 165.5 tons. Cost index we can punch in today, 25. Flight plan, LSGG. Let's scroll down to my flight plan. Very short flight plan, actually. Departure, runway 23 via the Balsa 6 Alpha. Transition, insert. Balsi, we go UN 852 to Verso. Insert that. Verso, we go direct. Okay, so straight down to MAME 1 Mike. Now I've punched this in to go into runway 06 right, just because it looks pretty epic. 06 right. Where are you? Did I scroll past it? Okay, we'll go 6 left, it's fine. What did I say? MAME 1 Mike. Okay, we've got to disco that. Because we're going direct between Verso and Main, that's fine. That's exactly right. Okay, flight plan done. Let's go to the overhead, get the emergency lights on. Strobe on auto. As if you have your own in-chat dispatcher. Geneva to Palma, that's exactly what we're doing, sir. Geneva to Palma. Right, now we go for the fueling next, so we'll go over to that. S330 load sheet. Let's have a look at my load sheet here. Of course, Baz is going to punch in my flex and I'll completely miss it, probably. Good night, Cookie. 356 passengers, which is more than this thing can apparently handle, which is just crazy, but there you go. Fueling is Reese fuel 12.8 tons, so we're going to go 13. Mr. Kurgan, 28 months there. Thank you very much, Kurgan. Zero fuel weight is 152.9, so that's 153 tons. What are we on? 167. Okay, we need to drop a whole load of cargo out of here. .53. Nearly that. I love the scientific method. Come on. 53.0, 52.9, bang on. The Stick! 4-month support. Thank you, The Stick. Baz, okay, so the weight is actually too low for the charts to even cover. But it's given a long-haul aircraft, you would normally have much higher weight. I know. So you could even go with 60 or even 70 degrees flex. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, let's load that in. 13 tons of fuel. Back to the init page 1, and the flight level is... where's my route gone? Flight level 350 again. Why does PFPX keep calculating insanely high flight plans? Okay, we're done. You love my own dispatcher, however, knowing that people would watch and fact that I don't trust anyone, they give me completely wrong figures and end up going off the end of the runway. They probably would. I'll be honest, Matt. They probably would. Transition here, I believe, is 7,000 down at Geneva, but I'll just double check that. 7,000. Flex temp. Alright, let's go with 70 Baz, and if we end up in the water... oh, for God's sake. I am never going to learn to put an F on the front of that. Oh, F68 is the maximum. That's interesting. Let's go F65 then. Won't let us do a higher D rate. We had 2.7 trim. And we are good. Okay. APU can come on, and we shall get rid of all the stuff outside. Get rid of the loaders. Beautiful. Just the same, this aircraft doesn't perform properly. Okay, we're going to have to push back. We're going to have to be careful here. Push back nose left. Taxi straight down there, turn around, and off we go. Look at that view. That's what I wanted when we was landing here. I wanted it to be like this, but the game decided otherwise. Okay. APU is available. We shall bleed on. Ground power can go. Turn the fuel pumps on. Get rid of the GPU. Then we need our tug master. Okay, trim is all set. We'll do the cleanup in a second. Let's get our V-speeds done. 138, wow. It's nice and low. So we cleared up to 7k, which is probably what they'd do. Didn't check the barrel pressure. LSGG barrel pressure is currently Q1013. Alrighty then, let's get pushed back and start, shall we? Beacon light can come on. Call this guy in. You can get an A350, but I don't have it. I don't know if it's any good, to be honest. Your sister's watching Elmo on Sesame Street. Nothing wrong with Elmo on Sesame Street. Elmo's a bit cute, but he's alright. It's Big Bird I don't like.
Park brake off.
Okay.
Starting engine 2.
It's quite dark at the moment, it's evening, so don't be thinking it's your monitor. It's late evening. Heading down to Palma de Mallorca is where we're going.
Starting engine 1.
A350 can't do SIDS and stars. Blimey. Elmo is a baby and babies are always cute. There's some truth in that. I think it's because he talks cute as well. The A350 is good. You sure?
After start checklist completed.
Oh really, bro?
Full up, check. Full down, check. Full left, check. Full right, check. Pedal full left, check.
Rip? Can't do the controls yet anyway, because the guy's got hold of my nose wheel. See you later, CTU. Have a good one, sir.
Park brake on. Pedal full right, check. Flight control check completed.
Okay, barrels all done, flap setting. Right, let's get some
Flaps 1.
stuff
Spoilers
here. Overhead, taxi light. Okay, come on. Let's get rid of him. Okay, let's move.
Park brake off.
No, I've not punched in my X-Plane mods yet. How's it going? Interesting, Ramses. How is it going? stay just to the right of this taxi line so I don't hit any lampposts. Okay, we're all clear on that side, which hopefully means it won't freak out. It's actually raining outside, look at that. There's rain on the window. That's not the brakes are on fire, that's water. It's not smoke, that's water. Okay, fully configured. Nice. The sun's just going behind those mountains shortly, I think. .65 temperature. If this thing doesn't take off at the end of the runway, I'm blaming Baz. Right, 7K auto throttles armed. Flex temp APC, cabin crew need to be advised. Packs are off. Yeah, it's fine. We'll take the whole runway while we derated so much. No, Castle, it wouldn't look quite like that. With these things, they tend to kind of go over the top sometime on the effects and make them look too unrealistic. I already set the QNH, Sandro. 1013. We'll just get straight out there and do it. Good night, Takeoff. Go see you tomorrow, sir. That's probably a weather load. Which hopefully we can get rid of after Friday. .1013, dude. 1013 is the local barometric pressure. Q1013. That's the local pressure here. It also happens to be standard. Okay. Engines.
Power set.
Power set. Manflex 65. It's asking me to lower to climb for some reason. I'm going to leave it in flex. That is heavily derated.
100 knots.
Checked.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
positive climb. Gear up.
I'm not lowering to climb yet.
Standard barrow cross-check. Passing flight level 020.
Back into climb.
Autopilot 1 cross-check. Flaps 0.
What a view. What a view. Look at that.
Completed.
Need to check, sir, if everything is okay with the lights.
I swear, the first officer, like, the only thing he's worried about is the lights. That's all he's ever bothered about is the lights. Bye-bye, Geneva. Look at the rain. Which reminds me. Let's put that thing on before it starts doing the little overheating trick on me. Standard pressure set. See, that rain looks realistic, like horizontal, because we're flying through it so quickly. It's actually quite cool. Those engines, Rolls-Royce Trents, beautiful. Hopefully the weather will be a bit nicer down in Mallorca. Still sat at 7k. Look at the light. You see the nav lights are flashing here. They actually see it reflecting back off the clouds. So cool. It's in north now. We'll get above the rain clouds hopefully shortly. Continue our ascent. Go off to bed. See you later, dude. On Friday, there's a plugin released from the people who make the SkyMax Pro that is a live weather connector, and apparently it says it gets rid of that frame freeze problem that you get when it loads new weather in, and it can feed it in kind of continuously from all around the world. So, worth taking a look at. It's a shame this aircraft doesn't behave itself, because if it did, this would be pretty awesome. Okay, let's get back in the cockpit, because the weather is pretty nasty at the moment. Max wiper speed to 230 knots. Did not know that, dude. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, once you get to those speeds anyway, you don't need wipers, because it, I mean, it just blows off the window. To be honest, anything above 100, it should just blow off the window. Good night, Epic. Have a good one, sir. According to active sky, Mallorca is partly cloudy. Okay, well, I'll see if the free plugins feeding it proper weather. Once I buy the real plugin, it should be fine. We'll get proper live weather. Baz, went good, didn't it? But having 4 kilometer runway, it still would have worked with the Flex 58 200-ton takeoff weight according to the chart. Proof that you're way too light, indeed. More chocolate cargo next time. Thing is, Baz, and this is the bit I don't get. Treat 30 like a marriage. You just don't know what buttons to push and what ones not to push. Thank you, Josh. Thing is, Baz, PFPX says take 350 passengers, and then you get into here and you can only punch in the maximum, which is like 260 or something. And I don't get that. I don't get why the JAR Design A330 has a limit of 200 and whatever it was, 70, 80 passengers. Pretty certain it can cope with more. There's a real turbulence, there is indeed. Absolutely. 13-hour flight tomorrow at Exos. Whew. Rather you than me, dude. I love how you can see the lights through the clouds. Look at that. Can't see it on that view, but look at that. That's beautiful, that is. No, I don't. Not yet, Whiskey. When I get some time, I'll put the spreadsheet together. The engines are very water resistant. Funnily enough, when water enters a chamber that's at 350 Celsius, it kind of gets destroyed and thrown out the back. Because certain airlines have certain seating classes, Connor, but why can't I change it? That's the annoying thing. I agree, the clouds are super pretty. Yeah, it's not just water they throw in the engines when they test them. If you've ever seen those videos on the Rolls-Royce Trent engine, they test them to destruction, quite literally. Like they take an engine that's worth millions and they'll throw things in it and just have it destroy itself just to see what happens and test everything. It's unbelievable. Pulzigan, 2 months support. Thank you, Pulzigan. It doesn't have a very dark shadow. You can actually change all of that if you want to, but it's it has a lighter shade, but it kind of depends on the the sun shining on it there. That should be lighter. I agree. I don't know why it's doing that, but at other times it's a lot more lit than that. I don't quite understand how the shader works properly. I think the cockpits inside look a lot more realistic though. I think they look very, very cool actually. Like you can put on the floodlight here if you want to, which is pretty realistic I think. Change the view. Or do you want that view? Or just turn the volume down? It does look pretty good. Show us your setup. How am I going to do that? Did I spot the FlyJ Sim 732 in your aircraft list? No, that's a great plane. I have the FlyJ Sim. Hang on. Is it a 727 I have? I can't remember. Are you enjoying our short spell of nice Essex weather? It's not, to be honest, Gavin, Essex is pretty good for weather. You forget, I come from up northwest. Trust me, the weather down here is better. Inside view looking out the window. Dude, okay. How's that? Or would you rather me go on the other side because it's nice and sunny over there? There's one thing, the interior of an X-Plane aircraft is definitely modelled better than P3D. Happy early birthday, that is a bit early, trucker. First class up there. Very poosh. Let's go forward a bit. I have to lean over my throttle just to press the right keys. How's that? The view out of the window. You can go into first class, but you can't see the engine then. And I kind of like being able to see the engine. Whereabouts in the northwest? St Helens. Famous for two things, glass and rugby. Can you use this for replays, James? Yeah, in theory you can, yeah. It kind of, you can bring the whole thing back into replay and just move anywhere you want. No, Silent Ted, we're on our way to LEPA, Palma. Although I will warn you, my memory usage is at 5.9 gig, so I'm a bit worried it's going to crash on me again. I think it's because we're on the high resolution textures over the Alps. I think that might be it. Wouldn't surprise me if you crash, in all honesty. It's maxing out the memory right now. A little bit worried about that, to be honest. No, not stock Sounds Living Food. Using the Trent engine sound pack. 5.9 gig isn't much, Avis, when you've got 6 gig of RAM. It is. It's basically over 90% usage. And we've already crashed out once tonight. So yeah. Bit worried. It's the video memory, 5.9 gig out of 6. Ah, it's just dropped down to 5 gig. Cool. I think it's just thrown away all that ultra high definition stuff out the back of Austria. It's down to 5 gig, so it's cleaned up. That's a good thing. Yeah, I meant VRAM, Avis. Exactly what I meant. I'm not on about memory. I'm on about VRAM. I don't know, Avis, because the NVIDIA driver's already crashed more than once. It crashed once tonight, once last week. So, I'm not sure. That's a gorgeous view though, isn't it? Look at that. Okay. Let's have a look where we are here. Top of climb reached. Top of descent is 1856. Means okay, we've got a little while yet. Polzigan, 2 months. Have we done you already, Polzigan? Can't remember, dude. Quite that view. Yeah, it's the last flight. Thanks. Trucker, I don't know. I had to record some more, obviously. I had to decide what route to do next, actually. See you later, Baz. Have a good one, sir. I have two 980 Ti's, but I turn off SLI for X-Plane because it doesn't benefit. Annoyingly, if you run SLI though, you get the full 12 gig. Like each card has 6 gig in it, but when you say use 1, it just uses 1. But if I turn 2 on, although you get a 12 gigabyte pool of RAM, it's having to constantly move textures between the two. So the net effect is that you get a worse performance. So I just thunk it down to 1 card when I'm playing X-Plane. Heathrow to Dubai. I'd have to get the Dubai scenery, but I've got Heathrow. But the trouble with Heathrow to Dubai is like, what? Is that like a 4-hour flight or something? It's quite a long flight. Like if I do a 1.5 hour flight, people are like, oh, when do we get there? We nearly there yet. Imagine a 4-hour. Besides, I need to make this thing stable. Like the NVIDIA drivers need to be stabilised before I'll do that. Drinks and snacks, yeah, definitely served on the plane. Wish you still did construction sim with Steve and Matt. I think we only did it once, if I remember. I'm guessing it's 4 hours. It's got to be about 4 hours. It's 4 hours just to get to Turkey, Istanbul. So I'd say no. It might be longer. It might be more like 6. Yeah, I'm just thinking, yeah, that's nuts. It's got to be longer than that. Let me have a look. Let's go from Heathrow. It's probably 6 or 7 actually, thinking about it. To Dubai. Okay. Google Maps says 6 hours 50 flight. Yeah, that's quite far. Because Turkey is around about 50-60% of the way there, and Turkey's a 4-hour flight. So yeah, it is actually quite far. I don't think people would be able to cope with that. Roadside Assistance Simulator. I think I've seen that one, Trucker. I don't know if it's any good or not. You're on 8 hours and 10 minutes from Dublin. Oof. It's a long old flight. Have you seen the Aerosoft A330 they're working on for P3D? I don't understand why that's hard for them, because they've already got 320, so they've already got like all the nav software and everything. Surely it can't be hard to build another one. Although I guess, I mean, the button layout's not massively dissimilar. Aha, cup of tea in the doily mug. I'm honoured. What about a flying stop to Turkey, then Dubai? That would work, Rockery. That would work. I would just need to make sure that I got an Istanbul airport, which I don't have, I don't think, and a Dubai. I don't even know if you can get commercial ones of those or not. I'd have to look. Longest flight you've seen was 22 hours Kuwait to Central Texas with a stop in Newfoundland, Canada, Druid. Are you on about a sim flight though? Do you have a favourite between the A320 and the 737? James, to be honest, I don't really pick between the two. I actually genuinely enjoy flying both of them. Honestly, I do. For different reasons. I like the characteristics of them both. I don't understand why you have to have a favourite. They're both cool in their own ways. Oh, an actual flight he was on, Druid. Flippin' heck. Yeah, the thing is, James, Dubai as well. Like, I know I've got Dubai scenery on P3D, and it's pretty cool. But I think you can get good Dubai scenery for X-Plane as well. I'm fairly sure you can. Yeah, you can do quick ones like that up the west coast of America. You could even do like an east to west coast America if you wanted. Just wonder if it's the one that you prefer flying. I think it not really, no. Which is your favourite, the 319, A20 or A21? A21's like, you've got to be careful with the 21 when you're taking off because you can get a tail strike. It's quite long. 320 is pretty good, like mid-distance type aircraft. I quite like the 320. But the 319 is just easy mode. It really is. No ATC, no. I couldn't fly this on ATC. It's just not stable enough. And there's so many, well, let's just say jar design quirks, should we leave it at that one, that I don't think it's stable enough for me to fly on a network at the moment. I was kind of hoping it was, but I don't think it is. Quick here's from LAX to Vegas. I've actually got a video on that one. That was one of my my early flights. I might like to do that again actually, but do it properly this time because I think I messed up a bunch of things. You gave up and continued Spotify Premium sub. I dropped mine a long time ago, Dalehound. Although the adverts are annoying, but I just don't listen to Spotify enough. Listen, Brom, the first officer, if I could open the door and push him out right now, I would do it. Google Play Music Unlimited. I've actually got Amazon Prime. I think, have they got a music streaming service? I can't remember. Hey, we're down to 4.2 gigabytes of memory usage on VRAM. That's nice. I like that. What is that? Is that another runway? The heck is that? It's really dark on that side. I've actually flown when it's like this, and it's quite funny. Like you look out one window and it's like that, and then you look out the other window and it's like that, and you're like, wow. After learn the jar 330 for liner, you will learn the way around the bugs, then it's stable to fly online. Yeah, just make sure you don't have that rat problem, Flat, because when you get that, it's just full-on rip mode. You saw it before, just watch the stream back. It's just crazy. Like, it was just doing its own thing. The captain's having a long chat with his passengers, lol. You see some lights down there as well, look. There's one thing I like about X-Plane, it's its lighting, it's beautiful. Trying Geneva again? No, we left Geneva and we're on our way to Palma. I use GPU-Z Mega. That's what I use. That's the tool there. So you put it onto sensors and then you choose your graphics card if you've only got one, but I've got two. So you can see the other graphics card here has 0 GPU load. It's not being used at all. My first one is on a 40% GPU load. There's the memory there, that's the important one. 4.4 gigabytes of RAM. Fan speed 67, GPU temperature 69. And then all the clock speeds and stuff. But you can tick that there and it'll log it to a file as well, which is kind of useful. It's very, very useful when you're doing overclocking. But it's also good if you've got a problem just monitoring things. Andros246, hello Paul, I'm fairly new to your channel, would like to say I've never been in a Twitch channel that has the atmosphere of yours. I'd like to thank you and the mods for the amazing time. Andros, dude, thank you very much. Very kind of you to say so. First delivery hype as well. You hear that, guys? He loves hanging out with all of you. Thank you, Andros. Your chat colour now, Andros, should go to blue. Let me just double check down here how far away we are. Top of descent is 1855, 1828. Maro and then Verso. So there's Maro, there's Verso. We descend just after Verso though. We'll sort the distance out shortly, it's fine. We'll leave it at that for now. Things good on the overhead. You've flown to any of the canoes in real life? I've done it in real life and I've done it in P3D as well. I do like Tenerife. I'd like to try... Oh, there's one way down there. I'd like to try some of the other Canary Islands, but I just love the Canaries. I think the climate in the Canaries is just fantastic. It really is. You want to overclock your PC, but you're afraid you'll break something. It depends what you mess with, Truckers Gaming. If you mess with the if you mess with the overclock, right, the worst that's going to happen is it's going to like shut down or be unstable, and you'll soon know about that. If you mess with the voltages, you can potentially break something. But as you increase the frequencies of things, you'll often have to knock the voltage up to give it enough juice. But yeah, it is a bit of a black art. That is such a cool view. Look at that. A runway down there. That's brilliant, that is. 35,000 foot view. That's fantastic. The draw distance on that is superb. Never been to the Maldives, would like to at some point. My brother went there and he said that it is just fantastic. Heck of a long flight though. But yeah, I'd really, really like to go back to the Canaries. Even if it's just for a week, it'd be so nice. You said do a barrel roll. Dude, there's always somebody in chat who says do it. Whenever you play Flight Sim, they say two things, right? Do a barrel roll or crash. That's it. Become a pilot. I think that ship has sailed. I could probably get my PPL. which is something I'd like to do. Where exactly are we? Wow, look at that. That was LFML runway, I think. Oh, hang on, that was at the right window. It was this one. LFMI? Apparently. Had a stressful day, now relax. Cool, Foxhound. How is this game fun? Rango, it's not meant to be fun, it's a simulator. It simulates you flying as a pilot. It's not meant to be, hey, this is great fun. It's meant to be, take it a bit more seriously. It's challenging rather than fun, let's put it that way. It's lovely, I really enjoy it, I get a lot out of it. It's also frustrating, but you can't really say it's fun in the same way that, you know, a normal entertainment game is fun. It's not really that bad. You have to do some 737 flying, Vegas blog. Enjoy, sir. See you later, Ranga boy. You're enjoying Flight Simulator. It's enjoyable, President, if you like this kind of thing. I'm not saying it's not enjoyable. I'm saying it's not fun in the sense what he means. Let me push the view back a touch. Sat in a cockpit looking at that. That's just great, that is. You love simulation games, are fun to me. Well, Evie, I'm not saying they're not fun. I'm saying they're not fun in the sense that he means. You know what I mean. But that, as a pilot, just sat here looking out the window just going, wow. I mean, seriously? Wow. Wait, Rango Boy, didn't you... I thought you'd left, dude. Oh, you're saying to reply to Big Red? Fair enough. Oh, we're turning. Look at it on that side. Doom and gloom down there. Only costs £8 grand. Well, to get your PPL will cost you about 8 to 10 grand, yeah. To get a full commercial license costs you more like 30. Yeah, it's not a bad office when you get up here, that's for sure. It has the Rotate MD-80. Yeah, that's supposed to be a decent aircraft. I've got a Saab 340A as well I'm going to try out, see what that's like. I don't know what the nav software on it is like at all. Oh, they bug fixed it, Flap. Does it have like decent navigation stuff going on in it, or is it really buggy still? Someone regular streams trained to be first officer for EasyJet. Nice. The sun is disappearing behind the clouds. No! Yeah, I saw when the MD80 came out. I saw Cat do the first stream he did on the MD80, and then I think a few months later they brought out another release with a whole lot of bug fixes for it. Yeah, Swiogi, I'm going to give the Saab a go at some point. But my reasoning was, if I jump back in the Airbus, I know the Airbus pretty well already, so hopefully I should be able to fly it, and I can fly it. The problem is the actual software inside it itself is a little bit iffy. Yeah, Jeff does the MD80 on his channel, definitely can. You've been playing golf, Ollie. Good night, Dalehound. I can't see the sun anymore, guys. It's like, I can see it there, vaguely. But it's pretty much gone now. Thing is, when I flew to San Fran, which is like a 10-hour flight, it's so weird. Just en route, let me get this right. En route, we took off, and in the sunrise, and then you basically like you're going the same direction as the sun is moving across the Earth. If you see it, although the Earth's rotating, but you're kind of going with. So you take off in the sun, and we landed in daylight, even on like a massive 10-hour flight, and then still had like another 6 hours of daylight. It was crazy. And on the way back, like the opposite happened. We took off, and it just went like super dark, and then daylight came a few hours later because we're going like we're going into like intercepting the sunrise, so it goes so quickly. It's bizarre. What do you mean, Deep Chill Wolf? You just go to the PMDG website and buy it. You download it there. That's where you get your legitimate download from. El Socko, Thomas Cook is a like a travel operator in the UK. Yeah, the jet lag on the way there was fine. The jet lag on the way back was pretty nasty, actually. Okay. Let's have a look at the weather down there. 1016, nice. 12 degrees. 1052 knots, hardly any wind. Okay, we're only like, what, 15 minutes away from descent? Yeah, apparently the long haul aircraft manufacturer, not what they call operators. That's the word I'm looking for. They're quite worried at the moment because like when you fly into the States and back, they rely on the jet stream, like the high-level jet stream, to basically pick it up and just throw them forward. So they save a lot of money on fuel by catching that jet stream, and they're actually worried because the jet stream is becoming more and more unpredictable. And they can't always catch it, and it increases the flight time and the fuel quite a bit. Does Thomas Scott fly to the US? I don't know. Can I show you what you're flying with? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Saab 340, yeah, it's kind of my semi-replacement for a Dash Q400. It's about the nearest thing I could find. It's supposed to be pretty good though. Right, let's bring up some charts here. Good night, Dave. See you tomorrow, sir. this is a cliff. Finally. Okay. Intercept is 5,500, transition 6,000. Never flown a real aircraft, only a Cessna. Why is this thing misbehaving? Thank you, ProFlight. Let's get back inside the aircraft now. A little bit quieter in here. Good evening, Compton. How are you doing, sir? Right, let's see. We went for the main one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, we'll actually be coming in over Menorca. Coming in on the east side of Mallorca and then flying around the south side, turning right into runway 06. That's the plan. Just look at the chart right now. Dark but nice view. It is indeed. As we get near landmass, it'll be a lot more lit up. Thank you, teasers. Oh, you made a video of the MD-80 updated? I'll have to have a look at it. It's pretty tricky to fly the MD-80 though, it's quite complicated. Your hand disappeared for a minute. Thought someone's cook was a chef. Okay, let's go with descent down to, what do we need to be at? 5,500 for the intercept. Let's get cleared down to 150. .56. There it is there. You see the little marker there, little pink marker? That is our top of descent. Do you guys want me to leave it like this and we land in the darkness, or do you want me to pull back time a little bit so we get a kind of a dusky sunset landing? What do you prefer? Any chance you see me in F-15? I don't have an F-15, but I have plenty of other aircraft. You want a nighttime landing? Okay, that's cool. Leave it like this. That's fine. But by the time we get down there, it's going to be 1922 local time. And it's 18:44 now, so in about another 30 minutes it's going to be pretty dark. Go for the real stuff. Yeah, I don't mind landing in the dark. I mean, it's not really the problem. It's just whether you wanted to see something. Until we can actually see landmass, it's going to get pretty dark. You know, with the water at night is just can't see anything. It's rare you do a night landing, true story. Right. 6,000. It's a speed restriction of 220 knots when you come in. Night time's pretty. It's not actually got the speed restriction, it's got the altitude restriction. Okay, we'll just make sure we're I'm sure we'll be down at 220 by then anyway, it's fine. Did you get the new MAN DLC for Bus Sim? I actually didn't know it had any DLC. I'll be honest with you. Is that a free DLC or chargeable? LEP has some nice blinky lights. Oh yes. You'll be able to see Palma, Magaluf, all that area. And they're going to stream next Wednesday on the Queen's 90th birthday. That is a normal stream day for me. However, next week, I think it's next week. Next week is my birthday, I think. Is that right? Oh no, it's the week after. In that case, no, ignore that. Yeah, I'll be streaming. I thought it was 1 week to my birthday, it's actually 2. Phew! What's the floodlight for this place? There's a reading light. There's one over here as well. What else have we got? Brightness of the ND and the PFD. Loudspeaker. I wonder if that controls that woman's voice. There's normally a dome light in this thing, but I can't find the control for it. I guess it doesn't have one. I guess the only thing you've got is that. Farming Sim is tomorrow, Trucker. Which reminds me. Yeah, I've not sent out the message yet, have I? If one of my moderators could remind me later to send out a message about Farming Sim, because I'll probably forget. Wow, that sun just disappeared, didn't it? Loudspeaker's connected to the GPWS. Oh, the ground proximity. Ah. It's just that the woman who sort of... You can hear the flight attendant. She's like super quiet. I mean, it would be in real life, but there doesn't appear to be a way to control it. So don't leave the ground spoilers on. Speed brake. Outer tank transfer. Outer tank transfer. It's on about that one, is it? I'm not really sure what it's complaining about, to be honest. Is it because the pumps are on the centre and it's complaining about that, maybe? Not really sure what that means. You can't control the other thing you can do is turn off the rest of the sounds. Yeah, it's got sound adjusters in the MCDU Mega, but none for that woman. I'm just trying to work out why we've got an outer tank transfer message on the display, which is these are the outer tank transfer here, but it's on full auto, so I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do with that one anyway. A bit weird. Don't usually get that message. Why can I hear a D-cell? Okay, that's fine. It's picked up again. I was getting worried then. I can hear a D-cell. I'm like, what? Saying the fuel is being transferred, you don't need to turn off the pumps. I didn't think it did. That's fine. I've already burned 6 tons of fuel. Pretty cold outside. Right, now, we are 40 nautical away. I'm going to do it at 30 again, so we're about 10 away. I'm going to push that button in, because this thing seems to take a long time to spool down and start its descent properly. Disregard the message, never had a problem with it. It happens when the fuel gets lower. Just seems a bit odd flat. How high? We're at 35,000 feet. So the outer cylinder is less than 50 kilograms and each outer tank is being fed to the main tanks. Oh, this one. I see. Yeah, I got it. That there. The 9 and the 14. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So that will disappear in a sec, presumably when that goes to 0. That number and that number. Okay. Okay, it's done that one. So yeah, it's bringing the fuel in. That's cool. So that's done now, isn't it? So that should go away. And it did. GG. Cool. I like it when I understand things. I don't like seeing messages on that. I don't know what that means. What is it doing? I'm happier when I know what's going on. What rudder pedals, Odd Sniper? If you can afford them, the MFG Crosswind are just the best. They're insanely good. But it's like a 2-month waiting list and they're not cheap. But they are just splendid. I'll bring that range in so I can keep my eye on this. Green's advisory action. Cool. We've already had a few orange ones tonight and even a red one. And things didn't go well after that. If you look out of that view, it's dark. If you look at that view, it's almost dark. Have you ever broken a bone? I think the only bone I've ever broken, I didn't even know I'd broken. And that was my little toe in my foot, and I broke it in Spain when I kicked the inside of the swimming pool wall, and it hurt like hell. But what I hadn't realised is I broke it because my little toe is now like that. But apart from that, no. Yeah, if your screens go dark, then rip. Let's just hope this thing can get us down. On the descent profile that works. The other thing about the jar design is, like, look at these needles freaking out. It's just crazy. I've also had that speed ticker tape just doing this all the time as well. I don't know if it was turbulence or not, but that needle, look at that. That's just insane. Thank you, Wally Brain. Price on the crosswinds, think you'll get the Cytec Pro? Yeah, they're alright. They're better than none. To be honest, I think an X55 with a twist grip is probably better than buying those pedals, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, we don't need to turn the seatbelts on yet. We'll need to do that when we get down near about 10k, or if we get some turbulence. Getting down's not a problem, Shmoo. Oh, maybe if it's too quick it is. Right, we're now 10 nautical away, so I'm now going to push this thing in. Okay, flight level 150 is punched in. We are going down. Okay, you can see our approach underneath us. We should start to see Menorca down here somewhere. And then Mallorca is off over there to the right. You have X55 now, but you want the brakes and all that. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's true, Avis. The Cytec stuff is it gets you going, you know. It's a good start. I just wish they made something that wasn't so plasticky. Like, I wish they had some like stuff in the range that was cheap and plasticky and then high quality. If they did that, I'd be happy. But you don't seem to be able to just move up and get the good stuff. They just make everything out of plastic. Okay, what are we on here? 1016. It's not bad. That's not moved, so I'm happy to take that. Seems to be quite stable down there. The wind is 150 at 2 knots. The barrel reference is, let's see, Cat 1 DME 280. Actually 290 for our class. 290. Which gives us an approach speed of 134. We'll probably have a slight tailwind, so I'll probably go for 140 approach speed. Another 37 miles till we reach 150. I'm going to bring that back now. Just make sure this thing brings us down. So look at that, 200 nautical now to get down there. 200 nautical. That's got me worried. It's 160. No, that's just not going to happen. That descent is way too slow. Way too slow. X55 pricing is steadily going up. They're about to bring out a new version of the X55, aren't they? Which has like, it's the same thing, but it has like fancy blue lighting on it. Do you know the hill at the back of Billinge where the golf course is? I'm going up it on my bike tomorrow. Okay, Steve. That's random. The X56 is much more expensive. That makes no sense. That sounds to me like they've just put some lights on it and then charged a lot more money. It's just an excuse to charge more money to me. That's like, if I'm being very cynical, that's what that sounds like. Okay, 97 to get, which is about here. Yeah, we should be okay on that descent. How hard is it to land in the dark? Well, if you've got navigation systems, you should be able to land in anything. Like, this aircraft is capable of full Cat 2, possibly even a 3 landing. Which means I can punch the APs in there and it will land itself. But yeah, you have to be able to land the aircraft using the instruments only. That's like one of the tests. So in other words, it doesn't matter if it's dark or not, because you could land it. If somebody blacked out your windows, you could still land it. I've got you addicted to trucking, Summer. Nice. Yeah, funnily enough, I don't fancy trying the auto land in this thing. Yeah, I'll probably flap it, probably float it halfway down the runway. Good morning, Yoland. Morning? Where are you? It's midnight for me. Is that what you mean by good morning? Try the eyeless approach in the A10C in bad weather. Yeah. Sergio Reba, that's lovely, dude, but you don't need to share that with us. That's why the F-56 is so expensive. It's not just the blue lights, they are RGB, so you can technically want. Right, Shmoo, do you have any idea how cheap LEDs are that can change into any colour? You can buy them on eBay for a few quid. I'm pretty certain that's still no reason to charge that much money. Okay, it's now got to the point where it is insanely dark outside. Okay. Wish I knew where I predicted 75. It's out there, so we're going to hit 7k out here somewhere, which is probably not quick enough still. I feel more comfortable with 59 because I have to have a 220 knot speed restriction going into that final turn, so I want to be able to get onto profile before then. Thank you, Simmer. Have a good one, sir. How much cheap adding the items to charging outrageous prices? Profit, Shmoo. That's why they do it. Every company that makes anything on Earth will charge whatever it can get away with. That's just commerce for you. The only reason they'll ever reduce the price is because of competition. Or because nobody's buying it because it's blatantly too expensive. That's it. Such a nice view outside, Kappa. I'm telling the dome lights, I think it's the button on the overhead panel. I can't find it, dude. Where is the dome light? Light controls, electrics, ground proximity. Okay, column 1, column 2, column 3, where is it? Dome lights, haha, there it is. That didn't do a sausage. Internal lighting, oh that does something. Okay, that does something. So you got to flick the control light on. There you go. That's interesting. Is that better? I think you'd want to flick that off for the final landing though. Otherwise the eye contrast would be way too high. Nautical. She's here. Beautiful. Sounds good to me. Good night, Foxhound. Have a good one. That's like driving with the interior light on, Bri. I think it depends, like, if you want to check your notes and stuff, you probably want to see what you're doing. But, the passenger view, you won't be able to see anything. That should be Menorca. On our left wing. Actually, the passenger view was actually better for that. Blimey. That's Menorca. No, David, I'm going to turn it off when we come into the sort of final. Otherwise, the contrast will be ridiculous. Right, Sooty. Everybody's bailing out and going to bed now. Oh, it's getting late. Bedtime. Okay, 17k. Yeah, we're above profile. Yeah, you absolutely bang on. That says we're above profile right now. Thing is, if I put the speed brake on, I guarantee you... Right, listen to it. I'll put the spoilers out, which should bring us down profile. I'll tell you what will happen on this thing. It'll power up the engines, I bet you. Let's try it.
Spoilers full. Spoilers half. Spoilers retracted.
So there's just literally no point. How long does it take to wind down after stream, Burnley? It kind of depends. I usually sort of sit in bed with my iPad for a bit and watch some streams. There is no ATC, Nirain. Yeah, vertical speed set so it keeps at that. So, hang on. Let's try and leave it. Let it do its own thing.
Spoilers armed. Spoilers full.
Let's see if it can bring us back into profile. 2500, look at that. 2600. 2700. This thing's dropping out the sky now. My life. Okay, so I had 25... What did I have? 22. It's going 27 on that. That's insane. Indeed, Sooty. Good night, sir. Okay, so there is the profile dot coming back in.
Spoilers half. Spoilers retracted.
Retract the spoilers and hopefully...
We need more drag, sir.
What?
Spoilers full.
Scumbag. I was thinking it could get us onto pro... Let's get it onto profile, then remove the spoilers and see what happens.
Spoilers half. Spoilers retracted.
Okay, let's go with that. Whoa. Night lights hype. See, it doesn't show you the constraints on this thing. So you can't actually see where the buttons are. Yeah, we're passing through 10k. Still descending. That's fine. Oh, blimey. Miss me Esca's back. Good grief. There you go. That is Palma right there. You see it? Look at the lighting on that. Wowzers. That is insanely good. The draw distance, though. That is draw distance hype, that is. What was it? Intercept 1900. Got a 220 knot speed restriction. Why does it have to have such a horrible grey effect as well? Wasn't there something in the settings to get rid of the reflection? Was that this one or something else? Maybe it's something else. Okay.
Approach phase activated.
Let's just make sure ILS 110.90 is correct. (1016). Meter data not found. What the heck? Can't. Wow, we can't find the data now for Palma de Mallorca. Bizarre. Hang on, let's have a look at it from the passenger's point of view. Look at that. That night lighting is just amazing. That is so cool. First officer's definitely got a better view than me, though. Yeah, airplane movie is really funny. I love it. Okay. Briefing, income status, belts are on, barrel reference set. Okay, engines are fine. FO flap operator. Look at that. Oh, you scumbag. The aircraft just banked away just as I was about to get a cracking view. Oh, there it is. Passenger view hype. That's insane. Let's get my feet on my pedals now. We'll be on 1900 intercept apparently.
Approach checklist completed.
019. No, I don't think you can turn the passenger lights off, unfortunately. I don't know how. It's a cracking view, that is. When we swing around in a minute, it's going to look amazing.
Flaps 1.
Create a bit of drag. Time to plug in your new computer you've just finished building. That heart-stopping moment when you turn it on for the first time. We'll get a cracking view in a minute. Passenger lights are in that panel. Can't see it.
Flaps 2.
We're a bit high.
Radio altimeter alive.
Okay.
2,500.
We're going to go for an approach arm now and hope it works. It may or may not work. Let's find out.
Autopilot 2. Cross check.
Okay. 10 nautical out. I love the sound of these engines when they spool up. Look at this coast. You zoom in, you'll probably see vehicles driving around somewhere. Mailbox, you want to say good luck, we're all counting on you, lol. Okay, the profile dot's coming down. I brought myself down a little bit too quickly, but that's okay. That's the marina on the left, where the cruise ships are and stuff. Yeah, I'm waiting to get visibility on the runway. And I'm going to set the approach speed to 140. We've actually got a nasty tailwind now.
Need to check, sir, if everything is okay with the light.
Gear down. Flaps 3. Flaps full.
Hang on. 1, 3, 4. Yeah, we should do it. Okay, we are configured. That's my aircraft. It's all mine. Mine. Right, here we go. When we was messing about in the Cessna the other day, we was on the right runway. Look at the cars on the road. That's so good.
400.
Land green checked.
Flipping heck, those lights are powerful.
Above.
Look at that.
Minimum.
Continue.
Retard. 10-5.
Reverse green.
Did you even feel that? Did you? The passengers don't even know they've landed. That was a greaser. That was an absolute greaser. I've got to watch that. Hey! We'll go and find a stand somewhere and have a look at that. That was beautiful. I want to see that scenery anyway.
Flaps 3. Flaps 2. Flaps 1. Spoilers arm. Flaps 0.
They're even clapping.
Nice landing, sir.
Does ever pay any attention to what that guy says? Right, let me stop here a second.
Park brake on.
Landing system can come off, flight directing come off, strobes can come off. Let's do the overhead. Takeoff.
Need to check, sir, if everything is okay with the light.
Yes, everything's okay with the light. Shut up, you schmuck. Now, what I didn't do was I didn't actually check the ground chart to see where the heck we can go. Does it actually tell us where we are? There we are. N1. There's N1. Okay, we need to turn right and then left. Okay.
Park brake off.
I'm going to put the landing lights on just so I can see what I'm doing. Open up GSX. As if. Palma at night time, eh? Be fun to replace the WAV files of that guy. With something even more sarcastic, yeah. That lighting's just amazing. Where are we going? Down this link to find somewhere suitable to park up. Not really sure where we can put a 330, but hey. There's a bunch of terminals here. A few down there. I don't know if they're big enough. Let's go to the next block. Yeah, the taxi light, I know. If you put the taxi light even there like that, if I turn off the landing light, which isn't supposed to be on, like you can see, it's alright, but it's not anywhere near as bright. Default scenery? No. I think we can go there. I'll leave that on because otherwise I cannot see a thing. We don't have anybody waving us in. Nobody's a blind. I think we need to be a bit right of the line because it's not built for a 330. We might hit that thing. That is the worst. This is a freeware scenery. I think you can tell the difference with the Minecraft jetways.
Park brake on.
Okay, strobes can come off. Nav can stay on. Beacon can come off in a second. Shut the engines down. Park brakes on. Fuse available. Turn that off. A few lights can come off. See if we can get some ground handling coming in. Bringing the stairway in the loader. Putting the wheel chocks. We'll bring out the GPU because we're not going anywhere after this. And then we'll have a look at the replay, shall we? Even though it'll probably do it with all the doors open now. If I bring the replay up now, it'll have all the doors open, I guarantee it. But whatever. Let's have a look.
The doors are not closed, sir.
Told you.
Speed.
Flaps full.
Speed.
Gear up. Flaps 2. Gear
Speed.
down.
You
Flaps
know the
full.
whole thing's going to
Speed.
freak out on us.
One thousand.
There you go. How's that for a first view? We'll have a look at the passenger view as well off the wing. You work on the railway, Stewie. Nice. What do you do, sir? Flying with the doors open for extra drag. Look at that. That's why I brought us in on this approach, because this approach brings you in over the water and it just looks fantastic.
500.
We had like a right to left crosswind, so I was basically ruddering to the right just to keep that at bay.
300. 100 above.
Look at the lights on the beach though. Look at the state of that.
200. $100.
Missed the touchdown marker, but hey, whatever.
50. 40.
Not by much.
30. 20. 10. 5.
What a greaser, look at that. Beautiful. Let's have a look at that
Speed.
again, but we'll go
Speed.
off this time. We'll go off the... Blimey, that's bright. Let's go off the
1,000.
passenger view. Do you want to go passenger view, or do you want to go like... That's the wing view, you can't really see very much. It's too dark. Let's go with that view. See what a passenger sees.
$500.
Yeah, Narang, but they're definitely way better than default, which is just nothing but a runway. So
400.
they're free, aren't they? Somebody's put a lot of time and effort into it. It's not high quality, but it's better than nothing at all.
300. 100 above. $200.
Good night, Andros.
100. 50.
What altitude? I was about 5 miles out when I took over, I think.
10. 5.
You have the tail view that airlines put in where you can view forward from the tail on the screens. I can get any view you want. Depends what view you want. It's just like being a passenger, isn't it? Coming into Palma. It's brilliant. You want tower view? Okay, hang on. Let's see if
Speed. Speed. Speed.
see if X camera can generate a tower view for this. It depends on the definitions that have been put in. Let's see, generate. Starting locations, runways. No, it can't. Okay, we've got a runway view. 04. I can't get a tower view unless I fly over to it.
$1,000.
Okay, it's not working. No, it's because it's a freeware thingy. It's not generated a lot of the markers that this thing's looked for. It's a bit of a shame.
500. 400.
That's a bit far away now. We can do a runway view from here though.
Five hundred. 400. 300. 100 above.
Wait, which runway has it put me on? This is confusing. There we go.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
It's a crazy view. Yeah, I can't do the tower view. Annoyingly.
Speed.
That's probably about the best view we can get. Coming right at us, I know, right?
400.
A guy in his boat down there suddenly getting lit up.
300. 100 above. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Can't get the tower view, dude. Go to Beacon Tower. Oh yeah, we can. That's all right. I'm gone.
Speed.
How do you view this? How do you zoom this? This doesn't want to zoom in. I can't get to zoom in. I can get the tower view, but it won't zoom. Oh, hang on. There you go. It's not X camera. It's default. There we go. That's better.
400.
Nighttime landing. It was quite nice.
300. 100 above. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
That was a pretty good landing, actually. It was down the centre line. It was a little bit after the touchdown marker, but it was centre line and smooth, and that's what really matters. Yeah, the doors are open because X-Plane replay is just dumb.
Flaps 3, flaps 1, flaps 0.
But at least it lets you do it.
Nice landing, sir.
Park brake on.
So meanwhile, back out of replay. This thing is utterly tripped out now. It's removed all the chocks. It's removed the loaders. Stairwell. It just removes everything when you're in replay mode. It just freaks out. CPU's on. Cool. We are done. So apart from my NVIDIA drivers crashing once on the way from, what was it, from Schiphol over to Geneva, apart from that little incident and then the chaos that ensued in Geneva, which was just full-on jar design madness, apart from that, the flight from Geneva to Palma and the flight from Manchester to Amsterdam was fine, and it went pretty well. I hope you enjoyed that. That was quite fun. I think it's a shame this aircraft is a bit weird, a bit unstable, because X-Plane itself is pretty good. Seems to fix that problem with an NVIDIA driver, which I'm not really sure what it is, to be honest. Guys, thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here up until the end. Can we please give the mods a bit of love in the chat? They've been here all evening as well. I'm sure they're as tired as I am. So please give them some love. And yes, I shall be back tomorrow, Farming Sim, 6 PM UK. I hope you will join us then. P3D and get bird sounds, lol. Yep, Farming Sim tomorrow, 6 PM UK. See you then. Love you all. Good night.